Boom. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? I decided to be a little bit cheeky with the poll. Uh just asking which are the best luggage wheels? The ones where you have to like tilt and then you roll it, or the ones where the luggage stays flat and you push and roll it that way. I just thought I might as well have a little bit of fun with all of that. So we're gonna do that. But what is it? We are also, before we get started today, we're gonna watch Sarah Boone take the stand, which is always a risky decision. But Sarah Boone pretty much has to take the stand in her own defense here because um, Sarah Boone's got to establish a basis for she's got to establish a basis for a self-defense argument, which is tough. So yeah, we're gonna watch and see how she does. We're gonna, because it's a bit of a bold thing there. So yeah, the other thing I'm going to mention is that we are fundraising for Extra Life. That is November 2nd. We are doing a 24-hour live stream. At least I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. You guys will probably not hang out for 24 hours because that would be crazy. That would be nuts. But we're going to do 24 hours, or at least I am. This will be running. I'm going to split this into probably 3 separate streams just so that it can be watched all later on. And yeah, so what is Extra Life? Well, Extra Life is it supports children's hospitals, and in my case, we are supporting the Stollery Children's Hospital, which is my local children's hospital. So we are currently at $5,251 pledged in support of the Stollery, and yeah, the what is it? The goal is, we've set a goal at $25,000. We're hopefully going to have to move that goal. And the last year we ended up having to move it so many times, we hit $100,000. We'll have to see how we do. One of the things on that is available as a reward is one of the things available is if you donate any money, you get a digital copy. I'll send you a link to a digital copy for a Runkleisms calendar. Here we have the Runkleisms calendar, where I've been designing it in Canva, who is not a sponsor, but it's got some fun things there. So we're gonna that's sort of our starting place. Is we're gonna hopefully raise a whole pile of money for children's charities. And yeah, somebody's asking how many Speedo pics. None. The other thing is, if you're worried about so there've been a lot of scandals over time where like influencers are running charities where they end up keeping all the money and the charity gets none of them. I'm not doing that. And to assist in not doing that, I am not touching any of the money. All of this goes through what is it? All of this goes through the Extra Life Children's Charity. So I'm not taking any of the money. It all goes through them, which means yeah, you don't need to worry about that, issue. And I don't need to worry about that issue either, because the last thing I need in my life is people going, "Hey, Runkle, you ripped off some kids." And it's like, no. I don't want to have to do like an audit to tell you guys, "Hey, I provided all the money," and all of that. So, all right. Let's watch Sarah Boone and we'll dive right in. I will cover Rainman YYC. Thank you for the 10 or for the 5 gifted memberships. Conacy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And Catherine Fraser says it's great to see you covering trials at night. Tons of people asked me to cover Sarah Boone's testimony. I didn't really want to cover Boone much. The reason why is because I just kind of feel like this one is kind of an open and shut case, but we're going to see it got a little less open and shut. It got a little bit less open and shut. So yeah. Somebody's saying how many gun pics? There's probably, I think, 2 or 3 pictures of me with guns in the calendar. A lot of them are dog pics. I don't have that many pics of me. So there's a lot of pics of the dogs. I didn't think anybody would complain. So Becky says, finally got my ADHD. I assumed diagnosis a few weeks ago at age 38. That is awesome. I am also, by the way, as we watch this, I'm also doing some stitching because hopefully this will turn into a keychain that I can give away to one lucky viewer. We'll be doing giveaways. We'll be doing all sorts of things during the stream. And what I'm aiming to do, for the giveaway is to basically have it. So I wanted to have some small things to give away to, for just in case you're not able to make like the big donations, because sometimes in the past, some of those things have gone for, oh, my Discord alerts are coming through. I'm sorry. Let me kill that. Sometimes those have gone for like, big money. So what I'm instead going to do, it'll be stuff like this keychain. What I'm planning on doing instead is I'll probably do like a little skill testing thing, like and I'll do that periodically. What I'm thinking, because Canadian law doesn't let me give away anything by chance. I can't do random draws to give things away. It's just not allowed. But what I can do is I can do a skill testing thing. And so the way I'm planning on doing this as a skill tester is basically just something like, I'll say a word, this next item will be up for $10. I'm going to say a word, and the first person who can type that word into the chat has the opportunity to buy the thing for $10. So let's go. And it'll be like, the word is sausages. And yeah, hopefully you guys shouldn't be hearing Discord. I've silenced Discord, so hopefully that won't be an issue anymore. Let's dive right in. Sorry, I got my audio piped through so that you guys can hear it.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth?
All right, guys, is the audio... guys, this was an example. I'm not giving away anything yet. It'll all be given away on the 2nd. So, guys, are you able to hear the audio just fine for the courthouse? And Joy says, what helps you more, super chats or membership gifts? If people... people are saying it's loud-ish. Okay. If people keep the memberships going, then memberships do. I'm fine with either, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to cut it down a little bit. We can pick it up, the loudness, a little later.
The truth, so help you God. I do.
All right. Let me know.
Hi, ma'am. You could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
I cut it down a little bit.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so right at the outset, I went, oh, that's a choice. This is why you've got to talk to your clients a lot before they testify, because watch her face. Watch her face as she starts off. if she adjusts the mic.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
S.
She makes this little smirk as the first thing she does. And I'm like, I saw that and I was like, oh, I hope the jury doesn't see you smirking. I hope the jury doesn't see you smirking because, oof, 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 oof. Let's, yeah.
RAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
Born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to?
So if you're wondering why she is, why they're asking all these questions that nobody cares about, like where do you live and how long have you been there and so forth. I see people saying I need to boost my own audio. I don't know if I can. I'm going to try boosting my own audio a little bit. All right. Hopefully that has helped. I boosted it a bit here. The reason why they go through all of this is to try to humanize her, to make, Sarah Boone, make her sound like an interest, to be sympathetic, right? Because it's really easy to do bad things, which includes like, punish somebody for crimes if you don't know the person. So they're trying to humanize her a little bit with the jury. I don't know what's going on with her face. Maybe she's got an itch. I don't know. So, but she's doing things with her face.
High school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens.
So they're like objection relevance to her losing her mother and father. And the court's overruling that, not because I think the objection was properly founded in the sense of like, it isn't super relevant, but the court's like, come on. They're just asking the basic background stuff. Get over it, right? Get over it.
In your 20s, is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did,
Hey,
yes.
Mrs. Wilkins.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said
Leading,
you
but
and
nobody
Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Answer the question.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay.
So the non-responsive was because he asked her a question about like, when were you married? And she went on this big, long, ranty tangent about about how they were getting married. And she's, and so the prosecution there is like, no, we're not doing that. She wants to tell her meet cute here, and they're not doing that. Yeah.
And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay.
Wow, that's
And
a long time.
Y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
All right. Moment of silence for I feel real bad for Lucas out there, and I really hope he's getting like a name change or something, because I'm gonna guess that I feel real bad for the kid, because I'm gonna guess that other people are going to be treating that kid poorly. And I really hope nobody's bullying that kid, but I know what high school kids are like. So that I hate that. Really hate that. I would have I would have fought to not answer the question about the kid's name. Like, come on. And somebody says Boone is a common last name. Why would they think it's that Lucas Boone? Because kids can figure that shit out. Yeah.
So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So
It's sometime after you.
he's leading her through this, and the thing is no one cares when you lead. No one cares when you lead any of this stuff, because like who cares if you lead through like, do you have kids and that kind of thing. But the prosecution is actually being super gentle on the objections. They object a few times, but they very rarely object when she gets her testimony going. And I think that's largely because, honestly, I don't think I would have objected either. So, yeah. Oh, this is a really good question. Sam's Galaxy says, Runkle is the calendar. I'm going to have to do 2 versions of the calendar. All right, I'm going to have to make a second calendar version. Thank you so much, Sam. I really appreciate that. We're going to make a Canadian one. We're going to make an American one.
And Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch, just to get out of my house and
different
change of
holidays.
scenery.
I got to see if the one
Now,
I've got
this
has
is this your
holidays marked on
apartment?
it.
no, this is the marital home.
Okay.
Okay, that's really set chat off. Chat, like Canadian Thanksgiving is a different day than American Thanksgiving, right? So, yeah, different. Some of those days are different. I gotta see. I can't remember if the calendar actually has, has that. So yeah, I don't remember if it's got holidays on it.
Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met
No one
George
cares
Torres
at this
before you
point.
got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me, and I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And
Oh, I want to hear her elaborate on. I mean, and her defense lawyer would be crazy to ask this question. But what do you mean? You know, why wouldn't he want to be with someone like you? Because yeah, but I'm like, that's interesting.
1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
Oh, he does ask the question. Holy crap.
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he
They
had just been
bonded
divorced
over-
from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
They bonded over divorce and
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own
and-
place?
heavy drinking.
Is it fair to say that after you, at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes,
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
yes,
And then you got this apartment.
yes,
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
I hope she's
20
moved out.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree?
Okay, so that's a whole thing. What is it? That's a whole thing. So she's like, I wanted to stay in the marital home, and my husband was trying to force me to sell and force me to move. Yeah, of course he was, because he wanted his half of the money. And yeah. So that's that's a whole that's a whole deal there. So I'm guessing she was trying to fight really hard to stay in the house and be like, I don't need to pay you anything. I'm just going to keep the house. So yeah, I don't think that was a very friendly divorce. Yeah.
Agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes,
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
for the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on,
So their marriage was a financial thing.
would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No,
Wait, how would it be on and off if they're living in the same apartment? Like that makes it's really hard to have an on and again, off again relationship when you guys are not living in this, or when you're living in the same space. Okay. I'm already like, yeah.
I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So
And the
tell
jury's
us,
tired of hearing.
I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
So what the objection there is basically you can't just tell your client, tell the story. You have to ask them questions unless they're having them testify in the narrative form, which is a whole separate thing. But basically he's just like, no, ask questions. We're not doing this. This is not how this is going to work. So, all right. And then she's got this smirk during the objection time. She's like, you got to watch your face, because I can tell you the jury during the objection, during this time, the jury's bored because they can't hear what's being said. So where's the jury? What are the jury doing right now? Well, the jury's watching her. And her stupid face is doing stupid face things. And yeah, like, you gotta not do that. We're also going to just have a little moment to say thank you to the bailiff, because thank you, bailiff, for adjusting our mic. They're just like, yeah, we're just gonna fix that. Yeah. So, yeah. And somebody says she's smiling at her girlfriend in the gallery. Don't bring friends to court for that reason. All of this is bad. All of this is, I don't like this. So, yep. Yeah, don't bring a friend if you're going to be smiling at the friend, because the jury thinks it's weird and off-putting. Like, come on.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning.
Wouldn't be good if
What
she
y'all
didn't
did that
remember
morning.
getting up.
What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into
I mean, I get that.
cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for our
Okay, I am already getting a sense of this. She's like, I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. A, she sounds like his mom, right? She sounds like his mom, which is not great. But B, I can guarantee that he was not interested in doing it for a sense of accomplishment, right? That was, I'm guessing that his reason for cleaning and tidying up the house was so that she would stop telling him to, to like, basically, I'm guessing that she convinced him by basically like saying, we're doing this. And he's like, so I'm guessing that this day was already starting off with some disagreement because she's like, no, you can't hang out and just start doing the things because we got to clean. And he's like, but I just want to sit around with a beer. And yeah.
however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
Now, we've already heard
leave
that
his
she's awful at
school
that.
ended at 3:00.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would
How
it
many
have
wine
taken y'all
bottles
that
were in
morning
the,
to clean?
We're in that bedroom.
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state
I'm just going to say that is some planning on their heavy drinking. Like, we're going to finish one bottle, so we better go get a second bottle because we're going to get smashed. Like, okay. All right. Now, the one thing that just keeps hitting me and it just keeps sticking in my head, there's a brand of booze here, which is called Boone's Farm. Boone's Farm is the kind of booze you drink if you got no money and you're in high school, because it is like heavy sugar. It is, I think, like the maximum amount of alcohol they're allowed to have and still call it a wine. And so it's kind of a thing there. So, but this is so weird. This is so weird where she's like, he wants to sit around and drink. She says we're going to clean. He's, you know, and then she's like, as a reward, we're going to do puzzles. I'm like, God, no. God, no.
Played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No,
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car,
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
By car, they just said.
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes,
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And this is one of the fun things, which is on the stand right now, she can admit to all sorts of crimes because she's not charged with those crimes. So if she said, I went to the I went off to the the liquor store and I robbed the place with a shotgun, then like she's not facing that charge here today. So yeah. Now that would be a place to plead the fifth, but I don't think they're going to turn around and charge her for drunk driving, and it would be very hard to prove the drunk driving. So yeah. And Paula, there's no reason why I'd ban you. No, I'm not banning anybody.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
What did
Now I'm just wondering, is that a rule? Is the cigarette smoking indoors? When he says, is that not allowed inside? Is that because like the apartment building has a rule banning smoking inside, which isn't usually the case, because normally apartment buildings are sort of limited as to what kind of rules they can have? Or is that her rule? I'm wondering if it's her rule versus the complex rule, but I don't think we find that out. I'm not sure. We'll see.
you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Oh, people are saying
Yes,
it's
my
common.
dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
Weird.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tess is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
So they got a
Correct.
blind dog
Is
and
it
a
fair to
deaf
say you
dog.
don't have a
Okay.
lot of money?
Yes,
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out
She couldn't
that
possibly.
afternoon
Yeah.
outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, you know, things upcoming. You know, we both were looking for a job, and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3
Yeah, at that time, yes. I'm guessing the next day he stopped his job search, Sarah. At that time, yes, I was like, this is the day he dies. What is the at that time shit? Like,
hours,
fuck.
would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in.
Wait, you felt that George needed a change of scenery? Like, how did you get him in? Did you just like pull his leash? The way she talks about George is not like partner discussion. This is like, yeah. And so what? You took him from outside to the scenic vistas of Samsonite? Okay.
And then, did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, after, I believe it was after we had, it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
Why do we need their names?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right. Now whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a.
I wonder if the y'all is on purpose. Like, is that an affectation? Is he yawling? Is this something he does on his own time? Does he yawl all the time? I don't know. It didn't seem like he was yawling at the judge. So I see it's a Southern thing. Yeah. I just feel like he's yawling a lot now. So I don't know. People saying it's just from Florida. Okay, fair enough.
Phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes.
text messages?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
let's talk about the
Oh.
videotapes on that phone.
He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John,
Or now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay,
It's John,
And I'm gonna list their
Pharrell,
addresses.
Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
okay. And do they all live here in?
Now, is this just that she can't count, or is she showing off that she knows their names? Like, I feel like she's showing off that she knows their names, because like just answer the question, right? Just tell us. Yeah.
Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
George was not better off inside, especially the degree of inside you put him. George would be better off inside is like, nope, that didn't work out, did it? But the way and the thing is she is like, she's going with a battered spouse defense, right? She's saying I was a battered spouse, and you see how much she is running the show. You see how much she is like, she's like, I'm so terrified of this guy that I choose when he's outside and I choose when he's inside. I'm so terrified of him that I choose when he drinks and when he doesn't. I'm so terrified that I choose like when he wipes, does she choose the direction? Because she seems to choose everything else. She went, like, if you ask me from her summary here, first of all, if I didn't know the case at all and I just walked in and was like, what's going on? I would assume George is her kid and is like, 8, 9, 10, 12, somewhere in there. But knowing that George is, an adult or was an adult, I don't like when you hear this. If you ask me to say who's in control here, George doesn't seem like he's running the show, right? He doesn't seem like he's so yeah. The 8-year-old who had half a beer in the fridge. Okay, fair. But yeah.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? Do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in? kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And he
Just
said,
So
this
again-
was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember.
Again, she's sort of parenting and controlling, and it's really weird where she's like, where she's saying, I'm under his thumb, I'm under his control, and yet, she's like, she's dictating his activities. I would have talked to her, like, this is why you do prep, because then you could say, hey, the tone you're giving off, is that really the tone you want? Like, are you really trying to sound this off like you are, his nanny? eh. And I wonder if she thinks that she is like, if she thinks that she's presenting herself in a good way here, like, I'm the responsible adult in this relationship. Well, you don't want to be presenting yourself as the responsible adult in this relationship. You want to be like, you need the jury to think that you are under his thumb, not going, I'm, like, I'm the boss. So, Dr. Sue says, doesn't your wife dictate your activities? No. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Am I just out to lunch here? Like, if I want to go outside, I go outside. If I want to go for a walk, I go for a walk, right? No, my wife doesn't dictate my activities. Like, sometimes she'll be like, hey, the garbage needs to go out. Could you do that could you do that? Like, you're going to be staying up. So, before you go to bed, throw out the trash, like that kind of thing. But, like, she's not like, hey, I think it would be good for you to have a change of scenery. So it's time to come in from outside. Like, if we're out, we've got like hammocks out back. We've got chairs out in the backyard, right? So, maybe I'm out there. I've got I got a drink, right? And I'm in the hammock and she's out there, and, we hang out, and maybe she just is like, I feel like going inside. I feel like whatever. She'll be like, okay, I'm going inside. And then she goes inside and I stay out, and, if I feel like it, or I follow her in if I feel like it. So, yeah.
Remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store.
Oh, Zora will
But
tell me.
apparently, when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking,
For what?
cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back, and you learned that he'd used your vehicle,
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card,
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And
What the fuck? Like, does she think that this plays well with the jury? Like, I have to come up with entertaining activities. You know who has to come up with entertaining activities? Mrs. Runkle. Not for me, but Mrs. Runkle volunteers for Girl Guides. she has to come up with entertaining activities for the girl guides, who are tiny little people. Like, this is so weird. This is so different than what she's than what she's trying to say about their relationship. Christ, I would go insane in this relationship. I would like if Mrs. Runkle was starting to be like, I need to plan out like when you can, what entertaining activities you can do. I'd like flee and go into witness protection, right? It's like
I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something.
I don't know, George. I can't really speak for George. But when I think like puzzle time, I'm just like, who wants to do puzzles? I don't know. I mean, there's people who like puzzles, but who likes to do puzzles?
It would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the
People
puzzle.
are saying I like puzzles.
So that
Okay.
was one.
Did you, every piece was finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, everyone but one piece.
We thought it was strange that we couldn't find one piece. I mean, is this your first puzzle? Somebody says, don't you have a puzzled auction? I do. I have to actually do at least part of the puzzles or part of the puzzle so I can autograph the puzzle. All right. Sorry, people are going, we do puzzles. So I'm like, my bad. My bad.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint.
So what she's saying, like she is kind of, she's using kind of therapy language here, where she's like, I need to like maintain him and focus him and, whatever else. This is, I think she might be over prepared. I don't know. But like, she's saying basically I had to manage his emotions so that he wouldn't go crazy and, start beating on me. Okay. But it comes off like she's saying, she's talking about how she's in control, she's, whatever else. I'm like, and I don't know, George, from the little we know of him, George doesn't seem like a puzzler to me. He doesn't seem like a painter to me. He seems like a guy who wants to, sip a beer and watch TV, right? So it's seeming like she's saying we're going to do all of the things that I like doing to George. And I mean, I get why George might be frustrated in his life because holy shit. If I was dating somebody who's like, we're going to go do puzzles now, we're going to go paint now, I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm just going to be in the back hanging myself from a tree. Yeah.
Any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art. And with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
Okay, he was a cartoonist. Okay, cool.
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoy doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So,
Oh. That just oh man, that just like punched me in the gut. Everything you make is a masterpiece. No, it fucking isn't. Like, no. That is so fucking condescending. That's like something you tell a 2-year-old because you want them to keep painting. But to an adult, that's so condescending. And I'm just like, no. God, what should I paint? Well, everything you make is a masterpiece. No, Jesus. Okay.
just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and,
And
you know,
drink.
paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and
Again, leading, but nobody cares if he leads that the dogs were dancing. Nobody cares if he leads doggy dance time. Because it just doesn't matter.
I guess we're painted out. I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And
you notice once again, she thinks it's a good idea to listen to some music. Like, does George make a single decision here? Cat Yarb says, Runkle, I love the pink explosion when super chatting $50. Does that still happen with the PayPal? I'm going to have to open the PayPal so I can monitor it. I need a way to monitor the PayPal. But if you send a $50 thing via PayPal, I will, what is it? Let me just pull it up so I can see. But log in. All right, here we go.
the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and
the music that George listens to is very fractious. Okay there, Ms. Thesaurus. Put that away. And it wasn't going to lighten the mood. Well, aren't you placating him? Aren't you, like, she's saying that she's placating him and that she's doing what'll make him happy, but she's like, we're not using your music. You know, screw you. We're not listening to your music. We're listening to my music. I mean, that doesn't seem to me like she's placating him. it seems to me like she is I like she's really, to me, she's kind of undermining her thing there. So, and Fractious is somebody who's cranky. How the fuck does that? I don't know how the music can be like cranky, but yeah. Okay. You know, I'm so like, I'm just trying to manage his mood by like saying, fuck your music, we're listening to something else. I don't get it.
He was feeling it, and then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
I'm guessing it wasn't the deaf dog that was getting into the music. Okay.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
Leading is
And
hell.
would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed?
I would have objected to that if I was the prosecutor, because it is at this point leading on relevant things. And, you know, when you've got a, sometimes you object because you want to, sometimes you object because you really don't want the answer. But I don't think I don't think the prosecutor cares about the answer here. Sometimes you object because you want to disrupt the other side. And if you're in a situation where your opposing counsel is unable to get through a direct without leading as hell, then you can object sometimes to the leading to force that counsel to have to ask open-ended questions, because you're just like, all right, fuck you, we're just going to blow up your direct. Like, if you've got somebody who's unable to get through a direct without leading, then you object to the leading and you force them to have to ask those questions. And, you know, so here I'd just be like, and the other problem here is he doesn't trust his witness. He doesn't trust Sarah Boone. He thinks she's going to go off track. And I wonder why, because of course she's going to go off track. So he's leading the fuck out of her because he's worried that if he gives her too much room, that she's going to that she's going to go off target, right? So yeah.
Assume the more effects you felt from the alcohol.
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all
Oh,
were
I need to show you guys.
trying to figure out
There we go.
something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the
So,
jury what
again,
happened.
leading.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Okay, you guys kind of suck at hide and seek. Because when he says you're it, that means you're the person looking. You don't go hide. That's not how this works. If you're it, you go away to let the other person hide, and then you go find them. But also, are you guys like 6? Me and Mrs. Runkle have not played hide and go seek. I don't think. I don't think we've played hide and go seek. So this is weird. I don't believe this part of the story at all. Like, I don't know what's going on here. But this just makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. And yeah, this is a good reason not to play hide and go seek. Because if we tried to play hide and seek in the house, Zora or Potter would just be like, would be sitting there hiding somewhere, and Zora or Potter would be like sitting there right outside going, "Oh, you're doing a neat thing. What the heck?" So yeah.
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay.
That's a crappy hiding spot. You're laying down in the tub? How deep is your tub? And you've already said the dogs follow you everywhere. So wouldn't the dogs be right there? Like, how deep is this tub? Is this like a 30-foot deep hole that you're in? And if so, I want the tub. My tub is not deep enough. If I tried to hide in the tub, it would just be super obvious.
And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went
We can talk about
downstairs
that.
to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right. Tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Okay, so the other thing here is so she goes and like somehow they've misunderstood hide and seek, so that both of them are hiding and both of them are trying to hide here. And so she goes and hides and waits for however long, long enough to get bored with the fact that that he's not looking for her, right? Because if you think you're the hiding person, you're going to be sitting there waiting for the person to find you for a while, right? And then George is still hiding. Like, this doesn't make sense. Your story of I was hiding and then he was still hiding, like, no, I don't buy this.
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently
Leading.
taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master
cares
bedroom
where you
closet, all
kept
the way
it?
in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. My
By the way, don't donate broken shit. All of the charities hate when you donate broken shit. People donate like dirty diapers to Goodwill. People donate like underwear with brown streaks to Goodwill. People donate like, if you're gonna donate stuff, it should actually be useful shit. It should actually be stuff somebody might want. Not like, oh, I'm gonna donate a broken suitcase. Like, okay.
anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Leading as fuck because she can't tell a consistent story here. So he's like, I have got to drag you through this, right? I've seen water skiers who are getting less lead than she is. Oh.
So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and
So now she's out of control. Like now she's like, well, because you've been planning the rest of his entire day, and now it's like, oh, well, I guess we're not going to sleep. Like, just tell him to knock it the hell off and go to bed. Like,
he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then,
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height.
George fits in the suitcase, but not very comfortably. That's how big George is. Holy shit, that's a bad question. That is an insanely stupid question from the defense lawyer. Because the answer to that could be real ugly.
And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
He's
I was
lost a lot of
98
weight
pounds.
recently,
All
though.
right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So,
spoiler alert, they weighed her when they checked her in, and she hasn't actually put on much weight.
From the pictures, it looks like y'all are both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, so because of his thinness, is that how, and he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay, when you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right, tell us what happened.
She put on weight in prison. Lots of people put on weight in prison. It's actually hard to keep in shape in prison. Yeah. And guys, if you're watching this, please hit the like button, share the stream if you're really liking it and you want to have more people here. All of those things help. Yeah.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right, so what happened then?
From there, it was just.
I can almost believe that they might think that was funny if they were drunk enough. So, yeah.
We were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top.
Yes.
On top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So
Now, I'm just going to say, this is the thing. If she hadn't video recorded things, and if she hadn't made a statement, and if she'd said nothing, and other than calling in the 911, then I think she'd be walking. Brett Farrer says, Runkle, are you and Mindset still good? As far as I know, I mean, I don't really talk to Mindset. We're not like close, but I don't think we have any. You tell me. I don't think we got any beef. Yeah. I don't think there's any beef there whatsoever. Runkle, would you let Mrs. Runkle zip you into a suitcase? Mrs. Runkle wouldn't want to zip me into a suitcase. But the thing is if there wasn't a video, and if she hadn't talked to the police, I could win this fucking trial in my sleep. I could win this trial so easily. This trial, it would be an absolute winner of a trial if she hadn't talked and if she hadn't videotaped herself. Why? Because it would just be dead guys in a suitcase. Dead guy's got a bunch of alcohol in his system. They would I don't even think it goes to trial if she hadn't videotaped and if she hadn't talked to the police, because at the end of the day, if it wasn't for that, I think they would have just put him down as death by misadventure. Death by misadventure, where, it's like, okay, he died by some sort of stupid accident. Jim Schuler says there'd be the bruises. Cool. Prove when that happened. Prove how it happened. He's got bruises. Cool. What happened to give him those bruises? Did he fall down? because nobody's ever heard of a drunk who's fallen down before. Like, and the thing is you might say, you know, and yeah, Runkle, that's all hypothetically, right? I mean, in the sense of if she hadn't recorded this and if she hadn't talked to the police, she could absolutely have won this. 100%. Sneck says, could they still recover her video if she deleted it? Yes, absolutely they could. But there's ways that you could have prevented that. I Love Lamp says, I know Runkle won't like that I said that, though. I don't see what you said. I'm glad she talked because I'm hoping she will have consequences for it. I don't care that you say that. That's not a problem. The justice system runs. I'm going to embiggen myself because I'm going to rant. The justice system runs on people being stupid. The justice system runs on people self-snitching, people confessing, people committing crimes in stupid ways. And so, and the thing is if you're smart, then you probably do the math and you probably go, not worth it. And what do I mean by not worth it? Well, I think I'm pretty smart. I think that if I wanted to kill somebody, I have a good 80% chance of setting up a murder such that I couldn't get convicted. But you know what? That 20% chance is more than enough to be like, I ain't going to do the thing. It also helps that I just don't have anyone I'd want to murder. But like as an academic exercise, if there was somebody who seriously pissed me off and I was super like murderous angry, I would look at it and go, it is not worth it. Because at the end of the day, all it takes is one little fuck up, one little screw up that can absolutely, you go in and you plan the perfect crime and one hair off of your head like is left behind and they run the DNA, or one, some camera somewhere, somebody's Ring camera catches you. And so the smart people typically go, I don't want anything to do with this. Nope. No, thank you. We catch people because most of the people who think that crime is a good idea are dumb. And I mean, that applies even to stupid, like low level shit. Let's talk about drug dealing. You know how much money most I got hiccups. You know how much money most drug dealers actually make? Very little. Very, very little. Most drug dealers live lives that are substantially shittier than mine. And my life is not like, I don't make huge money. I don't live in a giant house. I live in a house that was built in the 50s and is tiny because I don't make a whole lot of money, right? I've never been money motivated. I want to have enough money, but I've never been the guy who is hustling for cash. And so but when I look at my drug dealer clients, and I've had a lot of drug dealer clients, and they make money they live in apartments where I'm like, oh, that is squalid as fuck. That is you are not doing well. So yeah, I just, our whole system is based on the fact that the people who want to do crimes are typically people who are at the lower end of skill and lower end of competence and so forth. So yeah, but I mean, she could have walked on this. It wouldn't have been hard. So yeah.
At some point, did you zip him up? Did
Yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell us.
Now, we don't see any laughing on the video, right? We see no laughing on the video.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had,
Suddenly she's struggling for words. That's interesting. Yep.
for me moving it around was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to.
I don't buy this. Ugh. I've still got junk sort of clogging me up here, but I don't really buy this whole thing of, yeah, I'm not getting it. This is not filling me with joy, I guess, if I can, put it that way.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you
Leading.
realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
Leading.
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
At that point, it's not leading. We're into testifying. Yeah, we're into just straight up testifying.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, was it
Leading as fuck. Prosecutor, stand up. Don't pull a Bowles here. You're like, right now the prosecutor is doing some weekend at Bernie's lawyering, and I hate it because I'm just like, stand up and like do the things, object to the things. Now is the time to stand up and say, don't do the things. Like, yeah. And I've been monitoring PayPal, so I got to do this. Thank you so much to Kathy Yarbrough saying, I need to move to Canada. US dollar goes way further. It absolutely does. Thank you so much. This is object. Object. This is the point where you want to blow up their testimony and object. So, yeah. Yeah, Zora agrees. Zora's like, get up there, do the things. Do the things.
Fair to say you don't even remember a video
Working
game.
on it.
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
Somebody says, what do you mean weekend at Bernie's lawyering? I mean, he's acting like a corpse. I mean, he's acting like a freaking corpse. Like, stand up and object. Don't just be like a dead body sitting in your chair. Yeah.
Why did you say all that?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, objection may we approach. They want to talk. And we're going to pause game here. No, Sarah, do not do the face. Stop the face. No face. Do not do the face. This thing that she's facing right now, don't do this with your face and your eyes and your mouth. Like, no. Bad. I feel like... So this trial makes me think I want to add something to my trial kit. And the thing I want to add to my trial kit is I want to add a spray bottle to my trial kit. And the reason why is that I could just like spritz the witness, like spritz my client if they are making this face. The same way you'd spray like a misbehaving cat when it wants to pee on the furniture. Like, this is why I tell clients, you need to be playing poker this entire trial where your face doesn't anything. And this is the worst thing for her to be doing right now. The jury, if they catch this, is like, why is she smirking like that? Why is she doing that? You know what? We're going to convict her because fuck her. Like, that's, yeah. And then she realizes and she unfaces. Oh, I like this one. Just because says, I said it before and I'll say it again. She looks like the smiling girl in front of the house fire. Yeah. But that smiling girl in the house fire is looks super guilty. Yeah, Yeah, people are saying that she's smiling at her former cellmate, now turned now girlfriend. Don't. Like, I tell people sometimes, leave your family members at, like, I'll tell family members, stay the home. I've thrown family members out of courtrooms. And I mean, I don't actually have the authority to throw a family member out of the courtroom because it's a public court. But I've gone up and I've been like, go the fuck home. You can't be like mugging at my client. Go home. And, you know, yeah. This is making me have another gin soda. By the way, my leg still hurts. My leg still hurts.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
I hope that like her new love knows to stay out of fucking suitcases. Yeah. She has the shock thing on. Can the defense get one of the remotes? I might be asking. What did I do to my leg? I like weeks ago I went hunting. And I bought hip waders from Canadian Tire, and those hip waders had a little they had a little protrusion in there that stuck out, and I didn't notice that those hip wader or that protrusion was there until I was out in the swamp, and because I'm out in the swamp, it's like pulling the material in, and it also made my sock right up, and it gouged the shit out of my leg. I'm gonna have a scar. I know I'm gonna have a scar. So it's yeah. And they didn't want to take a return. So yeah.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part.
Okay, Americans are going to need some context on Canadian Tire. Canadian Tire is Canadian Tire is where you want to go if you want to have your car fixed badly by a bunch of morons. They actually destroyed one of my cars. I loved that car, and they destroyed it by forgetting to put the cap on the transmission fluid. But so you can go and get your car fixed. You can get tires changed. But you can also, at Canadian Tire, get things like you can buy screwdrivers. You can buy party balloons. You can buy an Instant Pot. You can buy seeds. You can buy whatever. It's got all sorts of random shit. At some Canadian Tires, you can buy guns. So Canadian Tire is basically, we sell everything. They're not quite like Walmart because they have no food. But yeah.
That was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well.
Oh God, that sounded so rehearsed. And the thing is, it might be honest, but it sounded super rehearsed, and it sounded like, you remember the Simpsons thing, where like they have Bart and they're like, say the line, Bart. And so he says the line. That is what that felt like. That felt like just say the line, Boone. And then she says the line. Yeah.
I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding.
Would it be fair to lead this witness like she's got a nose piercing like a freaking cow, and you're just physically dragging her through her testimony? Would it be fair to do that? Because that's what you're doing. If I was the prosecution, I would be objecting like hell to this. And I would absolutely be asking for a jury instruction that this was not the testimony of the witness, but this is the testimony of the fucking lawyer. Like, let your client tell the story. Don't feed her the story.
Which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
Can't believe there wasn't any objections. I think the prosecutors, I think the prosecutors are too freaking comfortable. And what I mean by that is I think the prosecutors have basically decided weeks ago that there is no way that they could possibly lose this case. And so it doesn't really much matter, that they can just do what they like and they're just going to win, right? They're going to win, period, full stop. And the thing is that you absolutely cannot run like that in any case. You cannot decide, if you are a lawyer, you can't decide, I've got this one, so I'm going to phone it in. You similarly cannot decide, I've got this lost, so I'm going to phone it in. I will tell a story here, a brief story. I had a case where I was certain, 100% certain, my client was going to lose. I was certain that it was going to lose, that my client was going to lose, and that there was just nothing that could be done for my client to possibly win the case. 100%, like just overdone. That's it. And I fought the hell out of that case, even though, even though I was certain that my client was going to lose. And because I fought the hell out of that case, when the prosecution had a bad bounce midway through trial, just evidence didn't come out the way they were hoping, I was in a position to capitalize on that case on that mistake and win the case, because I had been fighting it the whole time. If I hadn't been fighting it tooth and nail up until that point, that decision wouldn't have mattered, or that mistake from the prosecution wouldn't have mattered, because it just would have been, it wouldn't have had any relevance. Azam Nuraza Jumbari says, hi, hey, Aiden, my students say hi. Hey, good to see you. You fight everything, right? You just, everything.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Leading.
Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. and you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing.
Now the problem is that in the video, what does he sound like? He doesn't sound like a guy who's threatening to kill her at all. What he sounds like is a guy who is begging for his life. He's like, Sarah, Sarah, baby, Sarah, you gotta let me out, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. It really doesn't sound like a dude who's just like, I am desperate to not, he doesn't sound like a guy who wants to beat the shit out of her. And I'm going to let you in on a secret here. I know what walking on eggshells is like. I know what, listening to for the change in tone is like. But the change in tone I was always listening for was like that anger that shows up in something. That like the moment where they start where there's an implied threat in their voice, right? Where they're just like, and where they're sort of giving you that warning, sound. I didn't hear that in what he had to say, like in his thing. It sounded to me like, chat, please don't hate me if I make this comparison. Please don't hate me. Because, it's a potentially offensive comparison, but sometimes potentially offensive and accurate kind of coincide. Did you watch the George Floyd video where George Floyd is like, I can't breathe? Sounded like that to me. Sounded a little bit like that. It sounded like a man who didn't want to die and was worried he was dying and was begging not to die. And yeah, if I'm the jury and I'm going back in there, I'm deliberating precisely long enough to watch that video again. And then I'm coming out to convict. Yeah.
At me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would,
The always really seems like it's rehearsed. Really seems like it's rehearsed. I'm sorry. It feels super rehearsed to me.
have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit him?
So that is to explain why he's got the bruises there. That's what that's about.
The outside part of his hand.
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it. Yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes.
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
Correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video.
She shouldn't be answering things like I did, yes, on direct. That's insane. Yeah.
Yes,
The 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has 2 zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat,
Not
was he
terribly,
not
no.
trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to
And so that's not really a self-defense situation here, but it's complicated.
kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
So why did you go to bed instead of going
When he's-
to like leaving the house?
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes, you're allowed to curse if you are quoting somebody. You can't just say he was a fuckhead. That's not allowed, right? You can't say that. The court will give, well, the court may give you some latitude, depending. So what I mean by that is that, how many of you guys have seen the Trailer Park Boys? There's a moment in the Trailer Park Boys where he says, if I'm not allowed to smoke and swear, then I'm just screwed. I'm just, it's not a fair trial. And the judge is like, all right, he can smoke and swear. The thing is that, you can, they will probably give somebody who, is just like, they swear, habitually, they might give them a little bit of latitude, depending, especially if they're a self-rep. But it is perfectly fine, and in fact, the expected procedure to swear when you are quoting something. So, when we have, what is it? When we have that, Do you remember the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial? Where it was like, did they, and they dropped the C word, right? So, yeah. As a lawyer, sometimes you have to say horrible words in court, words you would never say outside of court. As an example, I had a guy who my argument was consensual fight. These two agreed to have a fight. And the basis of it was for why consensual fight. And good night, Kathy. Good to see you. Good night, Kathy Perizzo. The basis for the consensual fight was essentially that the guy was using words that clearly indicated he wanted a fight and knew that was coming. And the word in question that the guy kept using was the N word. The guy was calling my client the N word repeatedly. And so what I suggested to him is, you called him the N word in quotation marks. I said the N word. And he said, no, I didn't. And I said, what do you mean you didn't? Because he clearly did on the video. And he said, no, I called him a... And I was like, oh, right. And the mistake I made was not actually using the word. Because, yeah. And I'm not saying it because it'll get clipped and I'll get demonetized and all of the things. But in court, sometimes you got to say the word. And, yeah. So you can quote people when they say awful, awful shit. You can do it. So when she's saying, can I swear? If you're quoting, you betcha.
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
So you didn't record the end you bit. Yeah.
The threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
So here's the thing, and I get that, like, victims of domestic violence may not make decisions that are rational, right? Often they make decisions that are not rational. But she's trying to present it as though every decision she made was a rational decision. And so she thinks this guy is going to murder her the instant she gets out, or he gets out of the suitcase. And she said she thinks he can get out of the suitcase. And I'm like, then either you needed to leave or you needed to be more violent. Like, if I thought that, like, let's say there's somebody in a suitcase and I think they're going to murder me as soon as they get out, and I got no way to leave and I got no way to keep them from getting out of the suitcase, I'm probably stabbing them through the suitcase, right? Or I'm probably, like, tying the suitcase shut or something. But this seems so weird that she's like, he's gonna get out any moment now. And as soon as he gets out, he's gonna murder me. It's fucking nap time. Right? It's if there was somebody like locked in a closet in the house, and I was like, as soon as they get out, they're gonna kill me, I wouldn't be going to bed. I'd be going to, like, Violence Town. I'd be calling 911. I'd be leaving. I'd be, calling friends. I'd be stabbing him through the suitcase. I'd be any of these things, right? I would find this more credible if she, like, set the suitcase on fucking fire. Or, like, rolled it out of the, out of the window and dropped it out of a 6th floor, off the 6th floor or something. But this is, this makes no sense to me. This, I'm just like, and that's even in the, like, irrationality of, of domestic violence victims. I would still think that if you thought this guy was gonna be getting out any minute now, I'd be like, yeah, you're on fire, or you're getting stabbed, or something. Not like, I'm just, you know what? You're gonna get out, and when you get out, you're gonna murder me. The best thing to do right now with the murderer is to go to sleep. Like, and when you're watching the horror movie and you're sitting there and you see, like, the person in the horror movie and they, like, hide in the closet, or they they go upstairs to investigate the noise, and you're just shouting at them like, don't do the stupid thing. You know what I never see in the horror movie? Where they're like, oh my God, there's a killer on the loose. And what are we going to do? We never see them be like, up, time to nap. Like, we never see that. It makes no sense. Even by the horror movie logic, it makes no sense. So, yeah. I don't get it. Nap time is not a self-defense strategy.
Can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Yes, but at least in Nightmare on Elm Street, they try to stay awake when they realize that that's gonna. It's just that it's hard to stay awake forever. Like, I don't. None of this makes sense to me at all. And I've seen other. Let's talk about the traditional. Let's talk about the traditional, like, domestic violence murder case. And it's often like woman attacks guy while he's sleeping because she's like, he's gonna murder me the next day, right? He's gonna murder me the next day, so I better murder him while he sleeps, right? But it's not, he's gonna murder me the next day, so I'm gonna have me a nap. Like, there are some problems you can nap and avoid. This is not one of them. I prefer to nap to avoid problems like, I feel real tired right now. So don't do the smile. Don't do the smile. Don't do it.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you.
So what happens next? What happens next is that they are going to argue for the self-defense jury instruction. And I'm going to say I was kind of surprised, but not super surprised. And here's the reason why I was kind of surprised, which is that I think the judge would have been entirely within his rights to say, I'm not allowing the self-defense instruction. It's out. It's not happening. But that's not what he does. Instead, what he does is he allows it, and that's a whole different thing. So let's watch those arguments here.
Back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Very interesting.
They're kicking the jury out because the jury doesn't get to hear this shit. Jury gets to miss out on all the fun arguments.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law.
I feel like that is an appropriate time to curse. I'll curse sometimes because it's like putting paprika on your food. It may not taste like much, but it's yeah. Eric Synchrona says, please tell me that somebody else on earth calls you Runkle or Runky other than me in the comments. Not Runky. Runkle, people call me. But I do get called Runkle a fair bit. But the thing is if there's ever an appropriate time to swear, the appropriate time is when you are suffocating to death. And yeah, I'll swear to just add a little bit of spice to my language, but he I feel like I'm trying not to die is an appropriate time to swear.
That he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And
I almost would say that more baseball bats are used for violence than are actually used for baseball. Because lots of people buy baseball bats who have never owned a baseball. So, yeah, I'm wondering if they ever found like a glove in that house. And yeah.
According to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
He half-assed that. He really could have argued that a little harder. And I think he's probably regretting it because he really didn't do that one. Lindsay says golf clubs are better for women and you're further away from the assailant. Golf clubs bend and break. I'm not a big fan of golf clubs. So I think he was overconfident that they were just going to toss it. Yeah.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video. There's no audio. There's no eyewitness. There's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words. There were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act.
Now, here's the thing. You don't have to believe. None of this is stuff you have to believe. Because for the purpose of this application that they're making, we have to assume that the jury believes her, right? We have to assume that the jury believes her 100%, that the jury takes her testimony in the best possible light. So even if she contradicts herself, even if she says, like, let's say at 5 minutes in, she says, I murdered him because I wanted to see him die. I'd never seen anybody die before, and I just wanted to see somebody die, and I thought he'd be a good person to die. And then later, at 20 minutes in, she says it was purely self-defense, right? So two very contradictory statements. You still have to apply it in the best possible way for her, which might mean that you disbelieve her when she says, I murdered the heck out of him on purpose, and that you believe her when she says it was self-defense. You know, all it needs is a little tiny bit, right? All you need is, you don't need to climb up over the cliff edge. You just need to get one finger onto the ledge, and that's enough to make the rest of the argument to try to pull yourself up, right? So that's what he's saying is, I got that one finger onto the ledge.
Based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase.
You should really remember the exact words.
If she would have let him out,
it's your entire job. Right
this is a crime. Now this is an event involving an omission.
That was something to write down.
Failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have.
By the way, I never want to hear the phrase failure to unzip in any other context. I don't even really want to hear it in this context, but yeah.
Created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene, and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect, and the suspect may be armed. So, of course, the officer pulls out his revolver, and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect.
This is actually a
the
decent
officer
analogy.
is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react
I actually don't-
instinctively. There's no time.
I don't hate this analogy. I don't hate it. I mean, you might say I don't think it's applicable, but it's actually a decent analogy in the sense that it is a situation where an officer might be wrong, but still eligible to use force. I don't hate it. So yeah.
Time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before.
Now, here's the problem for the prosecution. And here's the problem. I know a lot of people were really angry about this decision that the judge makes. The thing is that you have to accept her testimony. You have to accept that he did threaten her. You have to accept her testimony that he was going to beat her when he got out. And I know that's not something people want to accept here because I find it hard to believe. I don't find it plausible. I don't believe it. The problem that you run into is that the law on all of these things basically says you take her testimony in the best possible light. And so what does that mean? It means you treat it like you believe her. You treat it like you basically think that she is Saint Sarah Boone out there. And so the judge doesn't make the wrong call. His call is the correct call. It's just not a call we like. I don't like the call, but it is what it is.
Before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to re-review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
I also got to say, I really like the judge here. Really like the judge. The judge is very, very fair. And the other thing that weighs in on this is the appeals issue. And this appeals issue would weigh differently in Canada than it would weigh in the States. Because in the States, there is a very serious imbalance, and it's an intentional imbalance. It's a very serious imbalance as to basically who can appeal. What that means is that the accused can appeal a conviction, but the state doesn't get to appeal an acquittal. And the reason why that matters tremendously is that it means that there is a substantial finger on the scale here, because judges don't like getting appealed. Judges hate getting appealed. In fact, getting appealed sucks if you're a judge. It's the thing you just don't want. But here, the judge can only get appealed if he rules against Sarah Boone. Only get appealed in that circumstance. And so the argument here is there a scintilla of evidence, a tiny little bit of evidence that might allow a jury to find self-defense? If there's that tiny little bit, then the judge has got to let it in. And so that provides a very serious incentive for the judge to say, I'm letting it in. So what do we get the judge saying? We get the judge saying the following.
For the state.
Chief Judge Shore on behalf of the state. Reinstate the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson, Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has had the opportunity to review the
when
case
would
law,
she change
review the
clothes?
arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt
Scintilla.
act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items.
A scintilla of evidence is basically a glimmer, right? If you look into a river and you see a glimmer of reflection, that doesn't mean that there's gold there. It just means that there's a glimmer. And that's all they need, is just that little tiny glimmer. And so the judge says they got it. They got a little tiny, you're in a train tunnel. You're in a tunnel. And there's just that little tiny little light at the end of the tunnel. Tiniest little light. And maybe it's a light at the end of the tunnel, like you can get out of the tunnel. Or maybe it's a light at the end of the tunnel, like somebody down there is having a smoke. Or maybe it's a light there, like miles away, there's a train coming. But just this little tiny thing is enough to establish it. So, based on that, they're allowed to bring in all of the stuff. They're allowed to bring in, and when they say reputation evidence of the deceased, that means that they can trash him. That means that they can basically say, hey, you know this dead guy? You know the thing about you only say nice things about the dead? Not at a murder trial. At a murder trial, you want to come in and say, nah, that dead guy, he was a total douche. And that's what she gets to say. She gets to say he was a total douche. And this is where this is why I tell people sometimes that it's not a great thing to go and watch a murder trial, because you can be watching a murder trial and you're there sitting there going, that's my brother who was murdered. And they're and the thing is my brother's a great guy. He's a really nice guy. He's a caring parent. He is, he works as an anesthesiologist. He is, he saves lives in a way that I don't. He just, he does all of those things. And, but they could go in and they could be anytime he's done a violent thing, they could try to bring that in. And yeah, Elfliggins makes a good point. Reputation for violence, not reputation for cussing. They couldn't, for instance, bring in that, like, you know, once upon a time he stole a bottle of booze from something. So yeah. Let's sort of go there. Is he single? He is not single. He's very married. So, and yes, I am Uncle Runkle. So, yeah. All right.
Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
we need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now
Yes.
so that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
Basically, I love this judge. He's like, no, we are not doing like the thing where they bring in an exhibit and then you object and we send the jury out and whatever else. He's like, this trial's going to move. We're going to actually like move things along here. And what he says is, we're going to just go through all of the things. We're going to decide which ones are okay so that we can just move. Yeah. All right. So we're going to skip through that. We're going to get Sarah Boone back on the stand. Here we go. This judge is
Go
like
ahead and
my
stand and bring back in our panel.
This judge and Judge Ascarati, like if we're doing a judge tier list for the judges for these big trials that we've been watching, this judge and Judge A are the S tier, right? These are the top tier judges. Against the Tide says, is it still on 1? Is it on 1.25? No, we're on 1-to-1. So yeah, this is the S tier judge. All right, they're bringing the jury in. Let's
Raise your hands to confirm that you're on, so you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
He says everybody did the things that I told you to do and didn't do the things that I told you not to do. Cool. Oh, Judge Summer from Hannah. Yeah, she's also top tier. You're right. I feel like we got to get all these judges and actually do a ranking screen.
Ms. Boone, so I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband?
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
Is
I ended up
Glanville's
falling
the one from YSL?
Okay.
F tier. For fuck off.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But
Yes.
You didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now,
and just as a random aside, the chat was like, you've got to eat something, Runkle. You've got to eat something. And so I'm ordering food, but also I asked Mrs. Runkle if she wants something. Mrs. Runkle wants like a milkshake or a slushy or something like that she can have tomorrow morning. So I'm ordering from a completely different place than I was originally planning, because the place I was planning doesn't have the slushies or milkshakes or anything like that. So I'm ordering from like my third choice to make sure she gets what she wants.
Did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule
freezer.
to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably.
Whoa. Did you see that? She just decided to like throw shit at her ex-husband in the middle of her fucking murder trial. Girl, you are in danger. Like, this is not the time to throw shit at your ex. Do this when you're out with your friends having like a wine night. This is not the time to get sniping. She's like, jury, you should totally think my ex-husband sucks. You need to know that he's such an asshole. Like, fuck off. No. And the thing is you've got kids. You know what's most important in your life? Kids. Like, she's like, he doesn't understand that I'm looking for a job and I'm cleaning up and I'm doing puzzles. It's like, no, your kids take priority. Yeah.
Just let it ring. And I laid in the bed and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
Okay, I got to do a random story time here. A random story time. So I had a client who was accused of bad pictures. And they wanted to put him on bail conditions to not use any computer whatsoever, which is pretty much impossible in the modern era because everything is a computer. Like your thermostat probably is a computer. If you go up and order on McDonald's, it's a computer. Your cell phone's a computer. Everything's a computer. And I noted that he was looking for work. So he needed to have access to a computer to look for work. And the judge, who was old, very, very old, was like, he can just pick up a newspaper and go in person with his resume. And I'm like, no, that is not how things work anymore. You can't apply for shit without a computer now. But like, pick up the newspaper and like, no, not unless you are also going to send him back in time to like 1970. No. So I did manage to argue the judge into saying that he can use a computer. And like, all I was saying is he should be able to use like the library computer so that he could apply for jobs from the library, where he's probably not going to be looking at bad pictures because the library computers are way out in the open. And finally, I got the judge to be like, fine, he can use a computer that is in a public place, such that, you know, other people will be around, such as a library. And I was like, thank you. So have I ever had the prosecution help you argue with the judge? Yes, many times. Many times. So, yeah.
And the TV was not working at this time?
Oh, you're going to want to see this
The
too.
TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior. And
so I just got to say, the thing that jumps into my mind, which is like, I saw the suitcase and I remembered the night prior. Do you remember the meme? I'm going to see if I can find the meme. I'm going to see if I can find that meme. Here's the meme. I'm pulling up the meme. I'm just gonna pull this down so I can pull the meme up. Just so this is the meme that I was totally reminded of, is this right here. Why am I here again? Oh, right, the murders. Where is he? Oh, right, the murder box. Yeah, that is exactly what I thought of that particular, you know, oh, I remembered the suitcase. It's like, yeah.
I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
Really? I should hope that you've never experienced anything like murder before. Murder should be one of those things that's like yeah, this is new to me. This is new and a little different, a little unusual. Because if it's like, oh yeah, this was just like that previous murder, then that's you know, that's even worse.
I guess I was aghast, and
No, you weren't aghast. You were a ghoul. There's a difference. Those are different things. And I mean, you might think they're similar, but no, very different.
I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or.
Pro tip, if you pull someone out of a suitcase or whatever and they're like room temperature, like the time for CPR has passed. Now is the time for lawyers. And yeah.
Just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR.
Nobody naps at room temperature. If somebody's taking a room temperature nap, they're either in a room that is way too fucking warm or they gone. You know, yeah.
CPR, and I continued CPR, and
oh, I didn't even think of that. George, 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 and then Jen, Jen, Jen. Oh man, that's a whole feeling. Yeah.
He was gurgling, and
What color was he?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
I thought she was gonna say he was Latino, and I was like, so, yeah.
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing.
Don't throw shit at your ex-husband here. You're in the middle of talking about how you found current dude dead. Now is not the time to throw shit at the ex. Like, he's notorious. No, he's not. Your ex-husband.
Things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him?
Please don't bring my son over. I have a dead body on the floor. Like, I'm gonna say if I came home and Mrs. Runkle was dead, there's a lot of people I might call, but please don't bring someone over because I gotta, like, okay. Okay.
What to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes,
Yeah, I feel like calling 911 should be the thing you do when you find the body, right? Yeah.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Bullshit.
Did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Literally everyone has some good traits. And when I say literally everyone, I have met serial killers who have good traits. I have like multiple. And in fact, it's really common that serial killers are told, like, are a lot of people don't believe that they're, that it could possibly be them because they seem so nice. Everybody's got good traits. I guess the old classic is like, people point out like Hitler was an animal lover. Everybody has good traits. But yeah.
George have some bad traits.
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home, and
I feel that because if I was able to, I would eat sushi from sun up to sundown. I feel like those are different things, though.
just have a normal life as best as I could. Somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my car and my debit card and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off.
Wait, she calls a handle, like the big bottle, a handle? I always thought handle referred to the sort of smaller bottles, because they're, they fit in your hand. Also, I'm just going to note that when clients tell you that they drink, you gotta ask. And the reason why is that I had a client he drank tremendously. And he'd be like just rip drunk. Like I saw him on police video. I saw his blood test in this, and he was flat. Like he could just hold his hand dead flat while having, he was able to walk and talk and whatever else. And he was like, when he was like at a level of intoxication that might actually kill somebody else. No, not that small. There's like the size up from that. So, yeah, the 1.75 liter. Yeah, that's about right. But when you get a client who says that, so that client said that he drank a bottle of vodka a day, 1 bottle a day. And I thought, that doesn't seem right because this guy was such a serious alcoholic. So I asked, like, hey, how big is the bottle? When you say you drink a bottle a day, and you might be thinking like a Mickey. Nope. You might be thinking like a liter. Nope. You might be thinking 1.75 liters. Still nope. He was going through a bottle. You know the heavy, like the giant bottles that they keep at like the top shelf of the liquor store? The ones that are like big enough that I could put my entire head in one of them? He was going through one of those a day. More than this. Every day. The big, giant, huge bottles. And I was like, oh, right. We had to put him on a medical detox for that, because if you stop drinking a giant bottle every day, and you stop right away, you die. So is that vodka in a plastic water jug? It is. It totally is. So, yeah, he was, so whenever a client says like, I just have 1 or 2 drinks a day, the next question is, what's a drink to you? Because, I also had a guy who was like I had this client who was a Russian, and he used to come into my office. And this was before the like whole war thing. He's been in Canada for like 20 years. So, this Russian client would come in and he would finish off a water bottle that he'd always bring with him. Water bottle. You know, those like standard water bottles. And it wasn't until he left at one point that I was throwing out this water bottle into the trash, and I sniffed it. That water bottle was full of straight vodka. You could light that water bottle on fire, and the dude just would come in and he'd just sip from that water bottle the entire time. And eventually I said, like, listen, I don't care if you are drinking that heavily, but you can't keep driving to my office. You have to, like, you got an Uber, like, holy shit. So yeah, people sometimes can drink insanely. So yeah.
Off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him.
Okay, so I'm just going to note, when you see somebody who does this, who uses these big words kind of wrong, what it means is that they're a dumb person who wants to look smart. Because smart people speak clearly, and they'll use big words when the big word is appropriate, but she just like throws in like it would debilitate or fractious or whatever else. And it's because she wants to show off that she knows words. She wants to seem smart when she's not. The smartest people I know use very simple language unless they need to. So, yeah.
Because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Object.
Approach.
All right, they're having an objection here. They're going to have a little moment there. At some point, I ordered Chinese food. At some point, it's going to arrive. When it does, we will pause for like 30 seconds for me to, for me to go pick that up. And yeah, by pick that up, I mean from the door. So yeah, I got all stuff that I can eat. The Chinese food place sell smoothies. They do. They sell strawberry smoothies. They're the best. They have strawberry smoothies. So, yes. All right. Let's. We can watch her face, but we don't like her face. So, Zora could pick it up for me, but she would eat the entire thing. So, all right. This objection has taken a while.
Objection.
Whoop.
Ruled for now.
I haven't been shopping for sardines.
Objection's
yet.
overruled for now.
you all were together 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get
Kinda
violent
does.
against you?
quite often.
Mrs.
Judge, can I
Runkle is
approach the
asleep.
witness?
Yes. As long as you show it to the state first, please.
My backup sardines. My backup sardines are not very good. So I'll eat them, but I'm gonna eat them with hot sauce and capers and all of that.
I'm going to show you
I'm not waking
Because
Mrs. Runkle up to pick up my Chinese
exhibit
food
for
from the door.
identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes,
did they show injuries to your body?
yes,
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
yes,
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
I'm just gonna say, if I tried to do this in the court where I am, the judge would come over the desk to stab me with a pen, because the judge would never allow me to question from right, here. They would make me pass the pictures up and then, and then get the hell back. Yeah.
on this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't, it was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't,
but you're sure that that's you?
yes,
Is that the injuries that what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So When we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Just go ahead. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection is Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I ever heard of this.
Normally, if you're getting lead like that on an examination, you should think of this in the same way that like you should feel about a cow getting lead, because cows typically get lead to the slaughterhouse. And it's very, very weird that he's being allowed to lead her this far in her freaking, like, this is direct. Why is the direct across? I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Dwight Sornberger says, who wants to get Ian a bow for Christmas? I actually now have an Amazon list, so an Amazon wish list, so you can order me all sorts of random things.
May I give it to Tackett, just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind?
I once had an opposing party throw an exhibit at me. I'm careful to have the deputies hand over exhibits now. I hope it wasn't like a knife or the leaky bag of cocaine that I once had as an exhibit. So I once had an exhibit in a trial that was cocaine. It was like a big bag of cocaine, and there was a hole in the cocaine bag. And so after the clerk handled the cocaine bag, there was cocaine all over the clerk's desk. And the judge is like, this is a problem. We cannot have leaky cocaine all over the courtroom. So it was a bit of an issue. So was the hole there before or after the police took possession? I don't know. I'm not actually sure. So yeah.
Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish it.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
You got the wrong streamer for that. Wrong streamer for that. But I appreciate the thought.
This is Maxwell, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes,
Are those injuries to your arm?
yes,
Were they caused by George Torrey?
Somebody wanted the wish list, so there's the link.
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
By the way, if you are in a violent relationship, like if there is domestic violence, take pictures of the injuries. Do take pictures of the injuries, and also save them elsewhere. Because if you do need to go to court, those injury pictures are actually super helpful. And yes, timestamps help.
I'll show you identification.
Why do I need 200 key rings? Because they go in.
See if you recognize that photograph.
Because they go in these things. That's why. So yeah, that's why.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay, do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer human evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3. You may, sir.
Now, guys, the dumb thing I did with my Amazon list, and I did that at the request of you guys, is that I left it open. There's a thing for send stuff that is not on the list. So yeah, if you guys send me weird, stupid things, I will get weird, stupid things. So yeah.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
I don't have a lot on my wish list because I just don't know what to put on it.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And
Okay, that's the
I
thing.
walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this evidence.
No objection.
What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Just like S, Madam Clerk.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is Is that the nail or was it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that did not look very nice, right? That was pretty unpleasant, right? So yeah.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
So cheddar soup. I'm not a big fan of broccoli and cheddar soup. It's not my favorite thing. But I will note that like cheddar soup is it's gonna be sticky. It's gonna be that's kind of like vegetable flavored napalm. So okay.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
I do kind of like the question of go ahead and tell them.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and
Where did she get
George
the
is
steak?
drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat.
Yeah, that is of all the places to have sex, like bed, good, table, okay, counter, sure, floor, all right. Steak and potatoes, no thank you. That just seems weird. Yeah.
I started to
Was
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone. And
taking people's cell phone is actually incredibly common in abusive scenarios. So, yeah.
I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue, and I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did.
So something like, please, Sarah, please, I can't breathe. Something like that. Something along those lines.
Inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally,
Now, where I am, that story would still get you charged, right? So I don't see, yeah.
he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
hospital?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you these.
yes.
All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
Yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6.
So all of this would be completely inadmissible if not for that ruling.
You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes.
Is this a close-up of a stab wound?
Yes.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, can you step down and show the video?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge.
Jury was laughing at him a little bit there because they're like, yeah, you are sucking at opening this this up. So, yep.
Because we've got this ball.
They can probably see it in there.
Food is here. I'll be right back. And sorry, I just muted that and you guys couldn't hear anything. All right. Sorry about that. Food is here. I'll be right back.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an admission. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he-
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
Guys,
Your
I
lip?
screwed up. I must have
Yes.
missed
What
the
about
part
today?
where her
Looks like
testimony
the
becomes
eyebrow
super
area.
plausible.
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission vote.
You may, sir.
Do you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes,
as you described?
yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit, you for identification.
Now, here's the real big problem she's got, which is that the law recognizes self-defense as a defense, but it doesn't recognize the defense of he needed killing. So, and the thing is he, it is very likely that he did all of these things to her, and very likely that he hurt her in serious ways. But if it's a situation where it's like you are, you're getting back at him for the stuff he did to you before, that is not justified under the law. If it's a situation of you're trying to protect yourself from getting killed, tonight, that's different, right? So if somebody comes by and beats the shit out of me, I can't go over to their house and then shoot them, right? That's not how that works. So, yeah.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we had.
And this time she's not asking if she can swear. This time she's just going ahead. Also, that just when when I put this on replay, I'm not running ads right now, but when I put this on replay, that's the moment where we just lost monetization, folks. So this is entirely supported by your super chats because YouTube will not let me turn the ads on just for that word.
Have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door, and then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fuck you, and everything, and my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And
wait, your tongue was flopping out of your mouth? Tongues don't flop out of mouths. That's just not really a thing. Your tongue normally stays in your mouth. It doesn't really flop like that. Even with dead people, it doesn't really flop out of your mouth. I feel like she's exaggerating this just a wee bit.
because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you
blacked
get knocked
out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
She doesn't like the kicking
Stomp.
language.
All I saw was his heel.
This is would ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
So I'm just going to say, somebody stomps on your face. That's a pretty serious injury. I would expect to see, in many cases, an orbital fracture there. And an orbital fracture typically is something that's going to require some surgery because it's going to... people lose eyeballs over orbital fractures. So, yep. That said, that is a pretty solid black eye.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
I don't believe how that happened. I think that that's clearly a black eye. I don't believe that the black eye that she got there was caused with the sort of stomp she describes. I don't think that's accurate. Because the thing is you've got bone around your eyeballs, so it's that seems odd.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go through the agenda. Showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to
That
your
looks
knee?
much more like
Yes.
a punch to me.
Is
Or
that a fair and
makeup,
accurate
I see
depiction of the
people
injury
saying.
you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated?
See, this is the thing. I was hit by an elbow playing volleyball, and it looked almost the same. Elbow, I can believe, because the elbow has a point on it. The problem that I have with the foot stomp is that the foot stomp is a very flat thing, right? It's like falling against the ground. And that flat thing tends to get the bruising around the around where the bone is at the socket. It doesn't look right to me. So
For this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Or I'm showing you identification W.
that could be
That's
true.
identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair?
Yeah, I could see that.
Of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
Do you remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres,
Do you remember this event?
yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, for me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this.
Grab marks do leave a particular mark. So yeah.
From me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
No.
I mean, I can't
haven't.
say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
Okay.
No
What was
murder warrant.
pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10.
I should note I've
You may, sir.
consulted on a murder warrant, but I didn't run the
It doesn't-
file.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me. You said it's just.
Not
from
in
the
Canada, no.
grip? Him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever.
I'm not seeing the mark here, and typically with grab injuries, what you'll see is either fingerprints or like a handprint. I'm not seeing the mark here. She says this is a grab injury. I'm not seeing it.
Or under the skin, it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay.
I'm seeing like moles.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I, at the time, was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
Also true.
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Or
They were,
Although usually we end up extraditing after they promise to take the death penalty off the table. So that is usually how that goes.
from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So
he's supervising you peeing. Are you supervising him peeing? And we have things of like her wanting to be with him and her wanting to plan his shit out. So yeah, I don't get it.
inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in the evidence?
It was pre-marked as X, will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
All right, we're going to take it up to 1.25. We're going to be here a while, folks. It just is what it is.
What I'm showing you. This exhibit. That's you?
Who's taking the picture?
Did you need treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture would have been taken February 24th of 2020.
yes,
And do you recognize that as your?
No, my secret lab chair still sucks.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this?
Again, because I was sleeping.
I'm gonna have to replace it.
George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification why introducing the evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take us.
This was photographs that were taken.
That's a very angry face.
I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this Boone right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, was it February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 25th, I believe.
February 24th? I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
Judge McCollum.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
I don't know what
Yes.
this picture is.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm.
I don't see any
You see
discoloration.
that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat? Do
Sustained.
you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you helped him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification in. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, let's continue now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if
Man, guys are legendarily pissed off when their video game console works. Man, nothing pisses me off more when I want to play video games than being able to play video games.
he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day.
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are he was.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, we got some video.
All right, so these are some stills from video. This was George. That particular day, hold the bat.
You guys telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out.
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
So he's pointing the bat.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
So they like to drink and then nap.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch.
With the red bucket on it. Guys, does that red bucket not look hugely like a red Solo cup? That red bucket looks like a solo cup so hard. Yeah.
Area and the dog bed here.
And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
All right. And there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay.
Did she describe the
but
deaf
this is
dog as
Tess,
the guard
and this
dog?
is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person,
Was
but I
there-
mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking?
So I'm just gonna note here. When I married Mrs. Runkle, she wanted dogs. She wanted a dog, and I didn't want a dog. She was like, I'm gonna get it. I want to get a dog, and I was like, I do not want a dog at all. No dog. So we compromised, and we have 2 dogs. I'm just like, okay.
Where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You're gonna have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten
I
me to
totally
do it. He would
do.
actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just,
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
The objection was speculating as to the mind of the dog. Now, the thing is I speculate as to the minds of my dogs all the time. Like earlier, I was taking a nap and it was 7:00 and the dogs are supposed to eat at 6:30. That's their dinner time. So Zora decided and I'm speculating as to the mind of the dog. But Zora decided that this was something that just could not be. This was something that she could not tolerate. But we have an established rule. She doesn't bark at me for when she wants dinner. She doesn't any of this. What she decided is okay is she's decided that snuggling me is okay. Snuggling me is within the rules. She's allowed to, because she's sort of figured out what she's allowed to do. Well, the rule is kind of weird. If I'm face down while I'm sleeping, she doesn't bother me except to snuggle up against me. If I'm face up, then she's like, hey, it is playtime. So I am face down. And so she's like, all I can do is snuggle. So what she does is she goes and she starts taking further and further runs to jump up into the bed and snuggle at me like at speed. So I'm like, okay, dog. Okay, dog. Like, this is... She found a loophole. She found a loophole, which is that she can snuggle me, with emphasis. So, yeah.
I'd like to move identification and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Zora figuring out a loophole is the best thing ever because she's totally a lawyer dog.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the line dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
Objection. Who cares about her dogs?
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol you are consuming,
Yes.
and this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
You approach.
Yes.
All right. What are they doing now? So, all right. They're just taking a little moment here. Having another little... They've actually had more sidebars during her testimony than I think in the entire remainder of the trial, which isn't all that surprising. So just see where that we may have to fast forward a little bit, zoom past it.
Members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time?
And the
Okay,
jury's
court
going
sees
to be
no
like,
hands.
you bet.
We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
I
Yes, sir.
really like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here.
He's just going to tell them the usual thing of like, don't go on the internet. Don't research this shit. Don't talk about your friends. Don't talk with your friends. Don't go on Reddit. Don't watch Runkle. You can watch Runkle like after the trial, jurors. That would be okay. Jurors, if you're in the replay crew, we appreciate you. You are awesome. But yeah.
Let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to
All right, she gets up there. Oh, that's a weird smile. Oh, that's a creepy, weird smile.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury? Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
And sheriff's got something to say. What's the sheriff got to say?
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Okay. She's making a face here.
To the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this instrument to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Okay, showing the jurors the arm.
Identification F. Is that your knife one? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H. This is the eye. Identification I. Is your face shot?
Yes.
So they're just showing the same pictures here.
The eyebrow.
By the way, when he's done these, he gets to keep them. These belong to defense. So maybe he puts them up at his office. I don't know.
Identification B. And this is the back patio. Keep it all.
Yep, these are being shown to the jury.
Camel bounce a little bit. It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then
I'm going to take it up to
he called
1.5.
his brother, or his brother called George. Do you remember?
George called his brother.
You could.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes,
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Coxell. I think it
Oh,
was
good.
two-
Stand right in
couple
front
days
of the
later on
camera.
25th of
That's the
February or
best
27th
place.
of February.
yes,
And you heard their testimony earlier this week,
yes,
where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
yes,
Have they got the night wrong?
yes.
Explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed.
Oh.
And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before.
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police,
Yes,
and other times the police were not called.
correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes,
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye,
stomped me, yes.
stomped you, and you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
You were asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
that was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was completely shocked that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whenever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then what about cheating? He didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least.
Doesn't he have his own computer? They said, like, that's okay. That's odd. That okay. Why would he borrow her
Having
computer?
a
for that?
pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you say it?
As,
You got to tell the jury.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around. He was a man to me, and I felt protected. And he's very nice.
Man. I don't know what that means. You know what? I don't want to know.
As lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say
Man, I don't know what
that you had
means.
low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your
Yeah, you.
ex-husband,
There
what
seems to
happened?
be a running theme
As it
of
relates
you
to
not
Detective
worrying too much
Copsell.
about the dogs.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me. So I took it upon myself.
Oh my God! You suspected that the police officer with the whole killing thing might not be being fully honest with you? Yeah, holy shit. Of course they weren't.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman.
Yeah, that is a really excellent time to call a fucking lawyer or a regular lawyer, whichever kind of lawyer, but call one. Oh my God.
To return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant? So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right, when you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular. I'm just going to go and maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Boone came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room. And they told me to sit down. And that then I guess the interview or interrogation began. And I just said that I was getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Yeah, the police can absolutely lie to you. They are more than allowed to do that.
You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police, basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful.
Oh, you keep using that line about you're always fearful. It's really interesting how you keep coming back to the same line over and over and over again in the exact same phrasing. And I'm sus. I got some sus.
Paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore. Just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety,
At all times.
especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would.
Trained by fear also sounds like like words that she picked up from the psych expert, right? It sounds like she's picking up these terms that she's making a point of dropping to the jury.
Hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
One way or another. Wait, that's not.
Ms. Boone, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat,
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree where my plan was to show him the next day and just, I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And
Maybe don't lock him in Suitcases.
I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died or I would have been disfigured or maimed or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Then why did you go to sleep?
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from someone.
Isn't it the case that he was sleeping with every woman in town? And you found out about this just before the death. Okay, that's a pretty good opening to the cross. That's a pretty spicy start.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relate to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr.
Now, I don't know. Maybe I process alcohol faster than some people, but I have never been drunk the next day. Like I've come home and thrown up a lot, but I've never been drunk the next day, like 12 hours later. So I'm just like, I don't know how you do that. That's impressive. We're going to slow it down to 1.25 because, yeah.
Zadovich to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on a human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So
I'm seeing people saying I haven't been drinking
Would it
enough
be
of the
fair
right
to
kind of
say
booze.
if
Fair.
you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015. You were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm object.
Approach.
Objection is he's testifying. This needs to be an expert, not the prosecutor. She's not enjoying the cross. She's already got the this was a terrible mistake face. Yeah, that is definitely, this is a terrible mistake face. .21 because she excels at everything.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
Mega pint?
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd, 2020?
I'm guessing. Maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Like, that bottle is big enough to raise salmon in. Not just goldfish. You can put salmon in that thing. It's a big old bottle. And he's fingerprinting it up.
say half, were we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label.
I like his teal shirt, I think. I just don't like that it's also got a tie with teal highlights. Like, I feel like he should have a little bit of differentiation between his shirt and his tie.
So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
We did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they went in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
All right, so that's
I weigh
3
more
liters
than
of
100.
wine between 200 pounds.
I weigh more than 103 pounds. He's tiny. Like, did they bury him in an envelope? Yeah.
Between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know the
Would you kill him again now if he was here? Is yeah. This is a tough question for her to ask. Like, did you do it because you were drunk, or would you do it again now? Yeah.
George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
That is the best answer she could have given
All right.
there.
Now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Oh, we
Okay.
could
I mean,
watch
the video's
it.
not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the 2 videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2-minute, 3-second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
The judge is like, swing away. She's not smiling at her partner now. The Morse code for those blinks is, I would like to hide in a suitcase right now. That's what those blanks work out to.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12, 45 p.m. Image underscore 1062 movie begins being captured. We've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image underscore 1063.
Who's winning right now?
Move.
Justice. Justice is winning right now. Is it bad that I kind of want to watch their wireless presentation training video? Let's not, but I kind of want to. There's that QR code right there. We could just totally watch it.
I was disconnected.
I feel like that would be the silliest thing we could do.
Okay.
Yes, I am, but we're
31113.
going to keep going.
A second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between.
Yeah, I like the way he asks that. We're going to go back. I love the way he answers or he pushes back because he's like, ma'am, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Quit your bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. So let's not play these stupid games. Just,
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that
it's just like, you know exactly what I was talking about. You're trying to weasel. Stop trying to weasel. Quit your bullshit.
I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming. Your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
All right, and so immediately
But you
prior
said
to
teaching a
zipping
lesson.
him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m., 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Oh. This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between
So now she's got
11:03
some real
p.m. and
selective memory
31
problems.
seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
So if the jury is awake here, it's like you remember this point, and then you forget the 9 minutes in between that, like, you just remember the stuff that's on video. Like, fucking no, you don't. No. You know, your memory's real freaking convenient here.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
The
It was the day after, Monday the 24th.
Yes.
Sunday fun day where we're going to the Publix twice. I love that. Nice.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And
By the way, in cross-examination, one of the things that can become that can become a little challenging is picking the right amount of snarky to be. And I like the amount of snarky he is. He's got some snark. I appreciate it. I think it's earned snark. So I think I think he can get away with it.
Between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Which the roommates
To the best of your
the
memory,
neighbors
correct?
testified to.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything. You're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
Good morning,
Pretty quick.
Thunderella.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before it passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes,
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
I mean, he's not wrong. He's just he's not wrong. He's just being an asshole, but he's definitely not wrong. Oh, and happy birthday, Femdandy. Happy birthday. So, yeah.
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And
Murdering this dude. That's what you're notorious for. Murdering this dude. This specific dude right here who the trial is over. That is what you're notorious for. Also, burning through 9 fucking lawyers. But the murder is kind of a big one. You are notorious for murder. Like,
you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that.
oh man, if she gets acquitted and gets like a Samsonite sponsorship, I don't know. Like, Samsonite, do not.
That would be the recording of those interviews.
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day
At what point?
at any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
I mean, this is the thing, is that it's always, nobody ever says, nobody's ever like tells the police, yeah, I totally beat this guy, like this dead guy with a bat. Of course they don't say that. So yeah, this is another reason why you don't want to talk to the police, which is that, you deny it and then it just, yeah. So, and it looks bad. So, yep. There we go. Keep going.
Correct.
What did you all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did you all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threatened.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
By the way, the threats to get somebody arrested are very common as a means of abuse. It is a whole thing as a method of abuse, and it is particularly a method of abuse that is favored by women. So, you know, and I know some people are like, women can never be abusers. They totally can. And yeah, this is, you know, so that's what he's getting at here.
Mine, yes, 12 hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what,
YouTube is gonna
year it
punish
was,
me
but I
for
don't
that.
think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how you got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
yes,
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
So
And you agree you would go to the hospital?
you'd agree you break the smoking rules at your apartment. That one is like, that is so far away from murder that, you know, it's like, okay. Yeah.
And tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes,
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
yes,
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So
You notice how suggestive that was? Are you the kind of person like most of us who uses your phone when you get up? And the thing is I don't actually I'm on my phone all the time. Like, I got attention deficit. I live on my phone. I can't help it. And, but when I wake up, I turn off my alarm. So I guess that's using it. But then I like stagger upstairs and, you know, try to wake up a little bit because, so I don't like get on Facebook or whatever else or get on Twitter until I'm at least a little bit, awake. So, and I don't like calling people. I don't like talking on the phone.
the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes,
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
yes,
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes,
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not.
Now, he knows from the arrest reports that she weighed more than 100 pounds going in. But he's happy to be like, you weighed 100 pounds, right? Because, yeah. Thunderella says, first thing I do is checking my phone to see if any YouTubers have streamed during my night over here. Good morning, Thunderella. I haven't been to Norway in forever. I was in Oslo. I went to Bergen. I went to Tromsø. All the places. I loved Norway so much. Norway. When I was in Norway, I was like, yeah, I could move here if I could move here. And there's just no way I could move there. But I love the idea.
So I guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay.
Apparently. I like how she has nothing to do with the second bottle. Like, it's just something that happens to her. By the way, like, wine showing up unannounced would be one of those things that could happen to me. Why does that never happen to me? Like, just, you know, or scotch. Scotch could show up.
At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
Yeah.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
This sounds like they're 5, right? Hide and seek after arts and crafts and puzzles. It sounds like they're in daycare.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No, that's
Okay.
just,
So you both hide.
no.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek works.
So explain to me, what was your expectation?
She's like, I understand how hide and seek works. And he's like, I don't think you do, though. Like, do you really understand what hide and seek is? And the other thing is, I think this guy is a total nerd. Because when he says house rules, I'm thinking, I bet this guy's got a D&D group. I'm betting this guy could join us on Lawyers and Dragons if we get it going again. Because house rules is... But, like, she's like, I understand how hide and seek works. And it's like, do you, though? Because, no, this is not how hide and seek usually works. At all. Yeah.
You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
Right. But you saw, you testified those before you left the bottle.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. May the defendant stand down.
enter into the well.
How funny does he think it is now? Yeah. I think he stopped thinking it was funny around when you started playing with the real house rules.
Yes.
Yes. Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Oh, the deputy managed to open the door just fine. By the way, I was like, you are in danger, because I'm like, what are they going to do here? Are they going to give her the bat? Are they going to ask her to make a pokey gesture with the bat? Are they going to is she going to, are they going to ask her to go in the suitcase? Like, what are they doing here? So at this point, watching this, I was like, oh, this is a thing. But yeah, now they're playing show and tell. Suitcase. That's actually a pretty good size suitcase. Pretty decent size.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
I'm like, wait, do they want her to go in the suitcase? Like, demonstrate for the jury? I'm like, what? No, she can't go in the suitcase, sir.
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face?
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that your zip is shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
I don't want to make you go down there. I'm like, sir, phrasing. Fuck.
Yeah.
Hold on. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes. Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
All right, they're going to glove her up.
Or you want her to be?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember what?
Okay, did you hear his mutter? She says, where's the paperclip? And listen to his mutter, the prosecutor's mutter.
Or you want her to be?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember?
Did you hear what he mutters? He mutters, oh, Lord. You know why he's muttering, oh, Lord? Because he just fucking O.J. Simpsoned himself. Where he's like, I'm going to ask you to do a demonstration. And it's like, don't ask her to do the demonstration. Point it out to her and point out that this is stupid. But you don't ask OJ to put the gloves on. You don't ask OJ, like, yeah.
What? Which one it was in?
Now he's looking for the paperclip. He's got the paperclip in an envelope. He's pulling out the paperclip. And the thing is, this is a reasonable thing for Sarah Boone to say, is like, I used the paperclip, you dipshit. So taking off the paperclip makes it different. But yeah.
This side.
So now he puts the paperclip back on.
Just the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor's attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But
So he's arguing continuity of paperclip. And you know what? I am on the defense lawyer's side on this one. I am 100% on the defense lawyer's side here. And in fact, I'd be saying, Your Honor, may we approach? Can we kick the jury out for this? I would absolutely be asking the jury out.
we don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes, object.
Yes.
Approach.
The judge is like, is there an objection or are you just talking? And he's like, yes, I'm objecting. And it's like, okay, then come up here and talk. The thing is the prosecution should never have pulled that paperclip off, because how do you know it's exactly the same now? And quite frankly, I think the defense should have objected there and should have said, yeah, this is not correct. But the judge going, is there an objection? Was funny. Why did they pull it off? So that they could separately put it into an envelope and separately evidence it. They might have ran the paperclip for DNA or something, but I don't think they did. I mean, I think this objection's not unreasonable. It's a fully reasonable thing to say, they messed with the paperclip. How do we know it's the same? We're about to do a demonstration with the jury that might not be an accurate demonstration. So, yeah. It's not going to be a mistrial. They just not allow the paperclip. I actually agree with Indigo S here. I've seen this bit, and I just want to note that I find it much easier to zip my suitcase open and shut when it's full, and the zipper's more taut. Yes, to a point. If the suitcase is overstuffed, then no. But if the suitcase is just sort of at the right level of fullness, then it's easier. So they're having a good old argument there. But from the inside, it might be easier and it might be harder. So it really depends.
Objections overruled. All right.
Overruled. I don't know that I agree, but I don't know what happened up at that sidebar. I really wish I knew what happened at that sidebar. So, yeah.
Let's go closer.
Madam Clerk, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase works. This was up here. This was
not this hard either.
The other thing is that this suitcase would have been left in an evidence locker collecting dust, so it may well be harder to use here.
This was like here,
Okay.
right here.
So she's asking him to do it.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer? It's not over there? Where do you,
You asked me where I zipped it.
when you say that was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me what it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was
Right
cut
here?
open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pre-touched,
Everyone's gloved up.
from what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return your seat.
So she returns the gloves. He takes the gloves off.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
I don't know what that was about.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him at the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself.
She's like, "Can you let me demonstrate with the bat? Can I have the bat? I want to show you something. Please give me the bat. I want to show you some things." Just and the prosecutor's like, "No, that's good. We're good." I wouldn't hand her the bat either.
And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
I mean, no, she didn't help him escape. She hit him with a bat to keep him from escaping. You know, did you do anything to help him escape? Is hitting him with a bat helping? You know, no, lady, hitting him with the bat is not helpful. If you think that that's helpful, nobody like help me move because yeah, that yeah. Muy no bueno. So yeah, that's the cross. I actually thought it was like a decent cross, but I was like, I'm waiting for him to build to the big kaboom because there's just so much lying she does. So much lying. And I'm like, why aren't you going through all of her lies? Why aren't you smacking her like a hand coming out of a suitcase? Because I would have gone to town on her. This is the time that you just... So I'm just like, okay. Are they saving this? I know that they go over some of her lies. Maybe they didn't want her to fix any of her lies before they could put them to the psychologist that they have, who comes in tomorrow, which is today, which is yesterday. If that makes sense to any of you, then you have way too much of my brain, and I'm sorry. But like, why don't they just go to town here? Why? I thought they could have done a lot more with this cross. And they just...
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him, and you didn't poke it. You poked every time you poked him hard with the bat. He was inside the briefcase,
The suitcase, yes.
the suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out?
Don't correct
Did you not
the
hit him
defense lawyer.
in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a...
Also, I got a new toy. Chat, can I show you the new toy? That's the new toy. The new toy is a gun light. So I got a new toy.
hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
And that was a really point.
Ma'am, you can return to council's table.
Judge.
I think the
Just a
redirect
moment.
there
Let,
was
let
just,
me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
I think the redirect was purely just so that it doesn't end on the prosecutor's mic drop. That's what I think that was about. He's like, I don't want to give you that mic drop.
All right, come on up, y'all.
And for the people saying, what the heck, you're still live, I'm not going to be live for much longer. Well, I'm going to be alive. I'm just not going to be live on a stream. Those are very different concepts. So, yeah. Mama Duck says, I'm glad I happened upon your channel. I like your commentary. I'm glad you're here. This is a fun trial, although it's not my favorite trial. I didn't want to cover this one. Her testimony is fun, but I feel like this one is really kind of decided, although we're going to talk about it once this is sort of wrapped up. A lot of people are like saying, did it help Sarah Boone to have her testify? And you know what? 100% it helped Sarah Boone to testify. Sarah Boone testifying was 100% the correct move. 100%. And the reason why it was 100% the correct move is that absent her testimony, self-defense does not go to this jury. And because she testified, self-defense is going to the jury. There is no question that her testifying has basic, like if she didn't testify, it's over, it's done. Like there's just nothing to it. Her testifying has made this, like, I give her a 10% chance.
Hi, members of the jury. Thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've...
All right. So that is Sarah Boone's, testimony. 100% it helped her. Anybody who says otherwise does not understand trials, because and I'm not trying to start drama here. Please don't go to other channels and be like, Runkle says you suck. The thing is that if she didn't testify, she doesn't get to put self-defense there. She doesn't get to say, George is an abusive, whatever. She doesn't get to do any of that. And to the extent that the jury might deliberate for more than like 8 seconds, every minute that the jury is in deliberation is because Sarah Boone testified. Her testimony was bad. Her testimony was like, it's full of holes. I got all sorts of problems with her testimony, but without her testimony, she has no defense. So, I think she's getting convicted. I don't think it's going to go well for her, but, I think she's, I think she's in the game now. When I first went to Andrea's channel, I said, Runkle said you were great. Runkle does say Andrea's great. Andrea is great. So she had to testify. She's got nothing else there. And somebody says, lots of people in Peter's chat said she changed their minds to not guilty. Fair enough. And the thing is all it takes is one person on that juror, one person who's willing to say not guilty. And also, not guilty is an important thing, but also, and fuck all y'all, because it's not guilty plus go fuck yourselves, I'm not I'm not moving, that's a mistrial, right? And if she scores a mistrial, that's good for her, because holy crap, I did not see a potential mistrial on the so if you've got one juror there who's just like, no, I believe her, I want to acquit, I think she gained some ground. I think she made some ground up here. She testified horribly, but it was better than not testifying. So, and the other thing is her defense team. I've seen a lot of people slagging her defense team. Her defense team's still in the game on this shit, right? Like, I'm going to go to sports ball on this, because the other metaphors I'd use are all like super, super nerdy. And so I'm going to go to a sports ball metaphor. Let's imagine you've got like, the top players from all of basketball history on one team, and the other team is like, somebody's beer league. And, if they're still in the game at, towards the end of the game, it's like they're doing real well, right? They're doing amazingly if they're still, if they're still in the game and it's still like a possibility. They could be down by a whole bunch of points, but so long as it's still like, well, they're not completely obliterated, they're doing pretty good. Now, Terry, I did see the allegations. I'm going to have to dig some more into those allegations. I don't know if those allegations were ever substantiated or what, so I'm going to have to do some digging into that. But, I mean, they're not doing badly. The problem is it's like you're trying to, her side is basically trying to play poker and they have nothing, right? It's like they're trying to play poker and the deck is marked and they, and the other side knows the markings and they don't, and they're trying their best. So yeah. They're doing all right. Defense team is doing all right. Now they later, today, which is not the video we're looking at because we're looking at yesterday's video, but today, when they had a bunch of experts, I thought the experts kind of fell on their face and might actually hurt Sarah Boone, because the experts kind of came off as they kind of came off a little hatchet jobby to me. A little hatchet jobby. So yeah, they kind of came out a little hired gunny. And yeah. So all right. Would love a video with you going over the experts. Maybe. We're not going to do that tonight because it is 1:45 a.m. and I got court tomorrow. So yeah. Your opinion is so different from what I've heard other commentators say. How so? I'm a criminal defense lawyer, so this is kind of my jam here, but yeah. I thought today they did a decent job. Well, defense lost all of the doing all right. The experts confirmed Sarah had all the traits of the mean one in the BSS relationship, and she clearly used Dr. Harper's wordings. Yeah, I think that today's testimony went badly for them. I thought that on cross, the prosecution was very good at forcing the one expert to basically acknowledge that that Sarah Boone did a bunch of bad shit, right? So we'll have to see. I also want to see the experts for the state, because the state's got rebuttal witnesses, and they're I bet these state's rebuttal witnesses are going to do some damage. You have court tomorrow today? Yes. Now the good news is that court tomorrow, I don't have to do anything important tomorrow. I just have to go into court and basically say, "Hi, I'm a person who exists." And put this matter over, right? It's just docket appearance, so it's not anything important. So I literally cannot screw it up. So it doesn't really matter if I'm tired, because it's just, it's housekeeping is really what it comes down to. That's that. So, all right. Yeah. Reminder, November 2nd is going to be the Extra Life charity stream. I'm going to be going for 24 hours. All of the money is going to be, I'm going to have super chats turned off. You will not be able to send me any money. All of the money is going to go to Extra Life, and the Extra Life charity is to raise money for the Stollery Children's Hospital. So it's all going to sick kids. I'm going to be going for 24 hours. I'm going to be playing some video games. I might go out to the leather shop. I'm working on trying to arrange for some tabletop role playing online. It might not be Lawyers and Dragons, but it'll be like the crew role playing. So, and there's going to be a charity auction of a bunch of stuff, a bunch of donating stuff, and so forth. Jamestown says, I know it's November 2nd, but do you have a starting time picked yet? I'm thinking we're going to start at midnight and go till midnight. So, that's the game plan. Oblivion says, I'm sorry I did my donation at an anime-thon this year. No, but also yes, because yes, it goes to the kids, so I'm good with that. But no, because they're my competition. So curse you for being awesome, if that makes sense. So yeah, we're planning on doing sort of midnight to midnight, or at least that's my thought. So all of November 2nd. And I don't know when the auction will be yet. I'll have to figure that out. I may stagger the auction. We'll have to see. So I hope to have various guests popping in to say hi. We'll see. So yeah, that's the game plan. Anyway, I'm gonna go through super chats. I was gonna say I'm gonna wrap this up, but no, we're gonna go through super chats first. Becky says, finally got my ADHD a few weeks ago at age 38. Congratulations. Joey Jones Donnelly, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Joy W101 says, which helps you more, super chats or membership gifts? Both are helpful. So both are appreciated. Gretchen Call says, trying to price out my side crafts, and boy, am I bad at math. Glad you're streaming, so I stopped hyperfixating on that. I'm bad at that too. Saldarius, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Apple Silver, happy to be here with Ian in chat. Happy to have you. Judy M, thanks, Ian. It's great to hang with you. It's great to have you here as well. Billy's Momzilla, he got into the suitcase willingly. He later said he wanted out. She refused. Morally guilty, but how is she legally responsible to rescue someone? She zipped him in. So, yep. Hot Ones Challenge chat, the other creators in their chat, you want to join him? The more, the funnier. Fair. So I don't see Rob around anymore. I hope he's okay. He should be streaming again on Friday. He's been doing his Friday night streams there, so he should be there. Cat Yarb, Dr. Sue comment, I'm pretty sure was sarcasm. Oh, fair enough. Perry, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Billy's Momzilla, FYI, I'm trying to understand the legal aspect. Doesn't mean I agree with Sarah or approve. That's fair. And that is worth asking. Melissa S, did she feel she had to manage him to keep him calm? That's her version of things, for sure. Yep. That she had to keep him distracted with puzzles and music he doesn't like and those things. Morgan, she thought she did. She liked. No we in there. Interesting. Comments on the language. Just because George listened to Moxie Frubus and Sarah listens to Paul and Storm. I doubt he that's got to be a joke I'm missing. Carrie Ann State filed a motion tonight saying the defense has a conflict of interest with Sarah and asking for a hearing on it. Can you read it? Any thoughts? Does somebody have that? I thought there was a conflict of interest motion that was filed that said basically that what do you call it? That there was a conflict of interest because they're going to get paid, but I thought that one was dumb. Is there another conflict of interest one? Interesting. Let me know. Chicken Head PK Dorkface Neely. We played hide the sausage, not hide and seek. That seems like a healthier relationship. I talk about Bruno. I'm 17 minutes behind now, but I have to say, fractious does not mean what she thinks it means. Yeah, she chooses some interesting language. Kimchi, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Mispronounced name. Given the choice, would you prefer a client who talked to the cops or one who videotapes some non-specific but incriminating stuff? Oh God, that's a tough one. I don't know. Just a doc. I'll spend $5. Hopefully it hits someone out there. Always ask for a lawyer if you live in a place where you can. Also, free Karen Reed. Duck. Love the duck. Serenadia, a Boone will be Boone, and they're gambling on that. Kinda, yeah. Max Redstone. Amy Schumer plays Sarah in the Lifetime movie. Don't like that. Equality. Going to bed now. Heart you guys. Good night. Good night, Equality. Heartscapes Reiki. Yes, Ruggles, you were right. This trial is boring. Kinda. H Scorpio. Jury decides facts and truth. Judge decides the law. Yep. That's exactly it. The judge is the arbiter of the law. Aloha from Kansas. It's almost Elf Song season. Are you ready? I've been listening to Elf Song out of season. And Belle Feinstein, Runkle, changing your food order so your wife gets what she wants makes you an S-tier husband. You are super. Thank you. She has a strawberry smoothie in the freezer So that is there for her when she wakes up. So yep. GP Dog Drool, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Sammy is random. Remember, she was an outstanding mom to her son. Yeah, that's debatable. Burraberries, her son was in school. Brian was calling her to find out if she was picking him up. Why would she be worried about him being brought over unexpectedly? Right. It's a good point. Mispronounced name. Google says a handle is 1.75 liters. Fair. Annabelle Feinstein, Runkle, you just described my mother. She pickled her brain and had to drink so the withdrawals didn't delete her. It's a thing, unfortunately. Valentina Wolf, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Mr. Ray Romantico, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Slovak Girl, thank you for the €5. Much appreciated. Mr. Ray Romantico, thank you for 5 more gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Slovak Girl, demonetization fund and to make you annoyed. Thank you. Conasi, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. And mispronounced name, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Conasi again with another 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Laura Leanne, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Tammy Kangas, welcome aboard. Good to have you here. Thank you. Mr. Ray Romantico, roll out the solo, bring out the solo of fun. Thank you. And thank you as well for the 5 gifted memberships. Karen Carpenter, February 14 calendar, snuggle with emphasis day. Fair. Gwynnie Bly, in 9 minutes, she remembers his threats, but not the photos. Yeah. Laura Leanne, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. And Gwynnie Bly says, I feel like her cross testimony comes across as Canton brainworm or blackout drunk. Either way, it makes her whole testimony questionable. Yeah, she does get a bit of the brainworms. Yellow Pill NP, I use my phone for my 50 alarms to wake up and a medical reminder, lol. So yes, I'm guilty of using my phone first thing in the morning. Fair. I may hit the snooze button too much sometimes. See, Lynn Adams, it's lack of emotions. I would be torn up. It's true. It is weird. Yellow Pill NP says she asked for a paper clip before even attempting to open it. If you need that to open it from the outside, how is it supposed to open from the inside? You might have better leverage opening it from the inside. So I don't know. Phone poise, man, getting too much, going to do some crafting. Clap and rock for a 5th cent. 4 feeble track for the wife makes more sense than this. I don't understand that, but I assume it's crafting talk. Lady Fang, to help with the demonetization fund because the C word isn't a swear word. Sort of is in North America. Jenny LJ, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Here, if you call someone the C word, somebody's probably going to punch you. Megan, aka Mega's autistic, looking forward to extra life. Looking forward to it too, although it's going to be rough. Kelly D says, go to bed, Runkle. That is reasonable. That is reasonable. Ian, did you mention the subreddit? I didn't mention the subreddit. I am working on that. Tam Jewel says, yes, heard it was Owen's team traded representations for the book rights deal. So, if that is the case, and I don't know if it is, but if it's the case that they traded the book rights for the representation, that could actually be a disqualifying, that could be a serious ethical problem because now it's a conflict of interest. Because, for instance, what happens if the book rights are worth more if she gets convicted? What happens if the media rights are worth more if she gets convicted versus acquitted? That's a big potential conflict. I think that's a big issue. As a lawyer, I've turned down the same offer because it was a conflict, and I can't tell you who. I can tell you that it cost me the client entirely because when I said I'm not going to take the book, the media rights for this, they were like, well, I'm going to someone else then. I was like, okay, you do that. So it cost me the client entirely, and I would have loved to have the media rights to it, but I thought it was a bit of an ethical issue. So I didn't do it. So I could see this being a big problem. And if her lawyers get kicked off mid-trial, I think the judge has to declare a mistrial, because at that point it's her lawyers are gone through no fault of her own. That would be your lawyer's problem. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can try to. So Curtis is filing whatever is the financial arrangement issue. Can somebody get that for me? Can somebody shoot me that in an email? I'm going to try to get that, but I'm trying to pull that up, but I don't. Let me just see here. Yeah, I don't think I can pull that up right now. Curtis is sending it now. Okay. Sending it now. I'm waiting on the thing there. Just wait and watch for it in my email. And she'd be back to no lawyer at all. Yep. I think, yeah. So this might be why the lawyers are on the file. That's a problem. I don't like that at all. Not a fan. Not a fan of that at all. So, yep, we'll just have to see. Do I have it in my email yet? Loading. Now I'm really curious. It's like I should be going to sleep, but I'm super curious. Just waiting for waiting to see if we can cover this one tonight. Still don't have it. It's not in spam. Where is it? All right, I got my order of a holster. Can the judge undo their deal rather than kick them off of the case? I don't think so. Against the Tide says it's one of the filings I sent you earlier. Okay. Pull it up here. Just looking here. Okay, let's pull this up and have a look. Let's pull this up and have a look. Okay. All right, so we got this. What else do we have here? We got, and there's two. I think these might be the same document. Yep, it looks like those two are the same document. Okay, let's have a look at these just to see what we're looking at here, because, yeah. So state's request for in-camera hearing, which means we don't get to see it. It's all private. In-camera means, closed chamber, so nobody gets to see it. State's request for an in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between defendant and defense team. So comes now. This, fuck, I hate comes now. Comes now. No. Stop it. Comes now the state of Florida, by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney, and states and alleges as follows. 1. The defendant is indigent. She had several appointed lawyers prior to forfeiting her right to an appointed attorney, i.e., she got no money. The defendant is receiving cost money from GAC because of her indigency. Yeah. Apparently, only investigator Billy Lane is being paid with JAC money. The defendant has secured the services of 4 attorneys and a jury trial consultant and perhaps more people that the state is unaware of at this time. They're like, where's all this money coming from? How come they're spending so much money on this? The defense team is expending a tremendous amount of costs, having traveled from Milton, Florida to Orlando, Florida for a several-week trial. None your business. The team returned to Milton, Florida prior to the arrival of Hurricane Milton in Central Florida, and then traveled back after it had passed, incurring additional costs. Again, none your business. The state is concerned about a potential conflict of interest between the defendant and her team. Rules regulating the Florida bar 4.18/D. Let's look that up. Rules regulating the Florida bar. We are going to look at 4.18 or 4-1.8. All right. Let's have a look at what they're saying here. Boom. Business transactions with or acquiring interest adverse to client. So, lawyers prohibited from entering into a business transaction with a client or knowingly acquiring an ownership, possessory security, or other pecuniary interest adverse to a client, except a lien granted by law to secure a lawyer's fees or expenses, unless 1, the transactions and terms on which the lawyer acquires the interest are fair and reasonable to the client and are fully disclosed and transmitted in writing to the client in a manner that can reasonably be understood by the client. 2, the client is advised in writing of the desirability of seeking and is given the opportunity to seek the advice of independent legal counsel, and so forth. But D is the critical one. Acquiring literary or media rights. Prior to the conclusion of representation of a client, a lawyer is prohibited from making or negotiating agreement giving the lawyer literary or media rights to a portrayal or account based in substantial part on information relating to the representation. So they're saying that we think that they're trying to get media rights. So the only way for the court to know if there's an actual conflict of interest rather than a potential conflict of interest is to review the financial arrangements between the defendant and her team, which is wildly inappropriate. I think the court should tell them to go fuck themselves because, if there is an actual conflict, the defendant can waive this right with clear, unequivocal, and unambiguous language. For a waiver to be valid, the record must show that the defendant was aware of the conflict of interest, that the defendant realized the conflict could affect the defense, and the defendant knew of the right to obtain other counsel. The state is requesting the court to conduct an in-camera examination of the financial arrangement to assure there is no actual conflict of interest. None of your fucking business. And if there is an actual conflict of interest, the defendant validly waives any actual conflict of interest. This kind of pisses me off. So this is the order on motion. This is just the documents. Okay, I have some thoughts about this. This kind of pisses me off because it is none of the prosecution's business or the court's business how or if I'm getting paid. So, like if I go into court and the court is like, how much is your client paying you, Mr. Runkle? My answer is, that is privileged and go fuck yourself, which is what that is privileged means. And I don't actually get to say the go fuck yourself, but I get to think it real hard. And I get to put that in my tone when I say that's privileged as much as I possibly can, right? I can say, Your Honor, respectfully, that is privileged material and I cannot go into it. And I can put as much GFY emphasis on that without actually saying GFY, because you can't tell a judge to do that. So, yeah. Now, I think it might be worthwhile. I think that the judge could just say, this is how I do the hearing if I was the judge. Olivia, this is the Boone case. This is how I would do that hearing if I was the judge. I'd bring them in and I would just say, hey, defense counsel, y'all didn't buy the media rights, right? You didn't, like, the media rights aren't part of your deal here, correct? And hopefully they can say, no, Your Honor, that would be unethical. We have not done the stupid thing and, wildly violated ethics. We are respectful of ethics, and we are not doing the thing that the ethical code specifically says not to do, in giant capital letters with a little picture of a dragon eating a dumber lawyer. So, that hopefully they can say that without any issues. And then if I was the judge, I'd say, prosecutors, beyond that, it's none your business. You don't get to know. So, sit your bums down and go win a trial, because you're winning. Like, why are you trying to mess up a trial? You seem to be winning. But yeah, this is that's a heck of a thing to ask. We need to know how defense counsel's getting paid. No, you don't. You need to mind your business. You know what they need to do? They need to get Joey Swoll. The judge needs to bring Joey Swoll in, and he can deliver the verdict on this one. He can be like, mind your business. You need to do better. And it's like, okay, thank you, Mr. Swoll. The verdict being delivered by by Mr. Swoll. Thank you so much. And yeah. So yeah. I don't like this. I think the prosecution needs to fix their shit, and yeah. And yes, I do like Joey Swoll. Joey Swoll makes me almost want to get into a gym. Laura Leanne, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Owen said he was pro bono on the record, but told the media he was going to get paid. That was weird. That was weird. Am I streaming tomorrow? I haven't decided yet. Maybe. Right now, I am going to bed. So, that is a thing I should do. Give me a second while I mess with the things so that I can do the things and other things. Because it shows a brief moment of the background when I stop the video. So I want to put on a new background that won't look as jarring as the blue screen if it shows it while I'm gone. So good night, everybody. I'm going to go get some sleep. I might do something tomorrow, or I might not. I'll probably pop in on Friday, on Friday Night Frenzy, if I can. I may be exhausted. So, what about the UPD rant? Oh, UPS? That'll be another time. All right. Good night, everybody.